John Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Derlin and Macy, had raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, John eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Derlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy, that is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a young child, Celeste Highcrest wouldn't have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury that she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land beyond the veil, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set very high standards for his two children. The elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Saran trained his two daughters in the art of magic and history, a respected wizard himself. Cressida had leaned into this as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled, fighting the shadow of her sister's success. She never quite met the expectations of her family, and was always the object of her father's disappointed glances. When the sisters came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the archives, to be mentored under his tutelage, and to be admitted to the sanctum of archives to scribe ancient texts and tomes. Cressida, to no one's surprise, surpassed all expectations and gained entrance. Celeste, however, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best, and was rejected. It was rare that one of her status should choose to leave the homeland, but never being able to escape the overshadowing of her sister, the youngest elf decided it was time to break free of her family and forge her own path. If she remained here, she would always be Cressida's sister, nothing more. But if she were to leave this place behind, perhaps she could prove herself as her own person. She found her way, eventually, to a hidden doorway, a portal to the material plane, and stepped through. She found a world familiar, yet strange. She walked, realizing now that whatever she had left, whatever power, had been left behind her. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell. Celeste travelled for years, traversing oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home to her family as a tribute. But eventually the news reached her. When she had crossed into this world, the doorway closed behind her, locking and leaving her stranded, with an entire universe between her and her home and family. And now, Celeste wanders and waits, desperate for answers that will lead her home again.
Drekik Yorksan, a white dragonborn who grew up in the area of Utevshal in Ogralan. My father was the Earl of Kriegsgard. The area was heavily contested by the opposing threats from Uzan Karul and the Blood Renderer. When I was 7, our village was attacked, and my mother was lost to us. My father disappointed in my lack of strength and unable to care for me, gave me to the priests. They raised me and taught me the ways of the gods. It was here I studied the best I could, but as I stared for hours over books and scrolls, the markings could never seem to make sense. The occasional word I could read, but most were lost to me, due to this dreaded curse in my eyes, making the world seem blurred. It was only through listening and paying attention to the prayers and the ways of the priests that I was able to memorize the ways, without ever needing to learn to read properly. After 8 years of service, my father returned for me, saying that it was time for me to return and defend my clan. I never liked war. The killing and bloodshed did not appeal to me as it did my father and brother. One night, I tried to make peace with the enemy by healing their wounded and sick, but I was betrayed. It was in this way that the village on the border of Iswalan was run over, and I was banished from my home to walk a path of shame for the rest of my days.
Hello. You're a cheeky looking fella. What are you up to? Oh, I think you must be a sheep. Come join us by the fire. I got a friend here. He's a fox. Yeah. Have some of that. Oh, that looks yum. My name's Ingwe. This is my first day here. First day out here. Yeah, fox. Nice. Yeah, my tribe, we tell the stories of the world. And when we're old enough, like me, ready, I reckon, we head out into the world and go on a quest, adventure. Well, that's what I want to do. I want to do a quest or adventure. Some people just, like hang with people and listen to their stories. But I think I want to do something exciting. That's my plan anyway. But you never know what's going to happen. I mean, I've lived 300 moons, but everything's so different out here. Like, you guys can't talk. Wow, I'll figure it out. I'll figure out how to get you guys to talk to me, because this is a pretty one-sided conversation at the moment. Here, nice. That's one-sided conversation because you're a sheep and you're a fox. Anyway, so as I was saying, we head out into the world and try and find some stories and try and meet some people. Some people like you could be the people, although you're pretty quiet. You could be the people that I meet and take back, and you can hang with me and my tribe, and we can tell stories. It's about a fire, Does that sound like a good idea? No? You probably already have someone to hang with. Oh well. Well, you're friendly enough as it is. So, the other thing we got to find is, we've got to get a scar. Some people have, like, emotional scars, but, you know what, I'm real keen to, like, get a cool one, like, on my shoulder, maybe, like a leg scar. Yeah, that'd be good. And then, see how we're going. The magic out here is weird. They did say that it'd be hard. Must be back home, must be the, the elders. They're pretty tight, those guys. Have to be pretty firm on the rules. So I'm pretty keen to come out here and try some different things. We're allowed to do whatever we want out here in the world. Just whatever takes our fancy. And then be ready when we go home to, be all tight like the elders and follow the rules. Be pretty lawful, be good, that sort of thing. Well, it's been nice chatting to you. Come closer. That's alright. Nice and safe by the fire.
We're all back again. No one got stabbed.
Yay!
Not that we're aware of.
I mean, not yet, at least.
I mean, like,
Did anyone do any insider medicine checks? No. Well, welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me. I had to move my setup, so I am literally in a closet right now. Not really, but I'm in storage. I'm in storage. So, and apparently I did not add Sharok into the mix here.
I'm out. 3 strikes.
He got killed off.
Everyone
He's
just
the
has to guess
phantom.
what
In the
you're
intro.
saying by context.
Yeah.
All right. There we go. Now he should be with us all. Great. Cool.
Other players are like, what's that, John? You want us to have all your money? Oh, that's okay. Why not?
You can't say no if the audience.
You give it all away anyway.
Fair. Well, welcome back, everyone.
That's true.
Welcome to Monsters and Mayhem. If you are a cool nerd and you'd like to play D&D or talk about D&D or watch D&D or listen to D&D or pets or food or anything other that is not as important or relevant as D&D, then you should join our D&D Discord with lots of D&D. And it's somewhere in the chat. I think we have yeah, it's already there. There you go. It's already there. So follow the link and join the cult. And become a cult member, and maybe you'll find a group to play with. Maybe you'll hang out with us. Maybe you'll join one of our weird one-shots we sometimes do with our community. Or maybe you'll just start obsessing about people's food and become a better cook or chef, or have fun in any other place. I don't know, something D&D. Yes. I think that's the only announcement I really have today, as far as I know. I don't think I forgot anything. But my name is Tom. I'm the producer and dungeon master of Monsters and Mayhem. And if you have more dice than falling trees outside your house that almost hit your car, you come to the right place. That's also a real story from yesterday. So, yeah. Anyway, D&D.
I am in the right place then.
For once.
Yeah, I was going to say, as someone who normally doesn't have enough dice for this response, I'm here.
That's great. Well, we can always use more. Always use more. So, last time we left off, you returned to Shaltalan and had a still kind of warm return, a warm welcome from the now Earl Ico. And he seemed like he didn't care too much about the ship, to be honest. You didn't get punched. No one got stabbed. No one got injured. In fact, you were not even talking to in a stern voice. And you started preparing for the next leg of your journey, which were to take you in the middle of Itna towards the Church of Old, which you have kind of a few different things that's kind of pointing to there, but you're not quite sure what all of it is. But you know that that's where the hammer of the gods is supposedly kept, where you're supposed to be, how should I say, finding this hammer and retrieving it and taking it with you to destroy a few things, actually. Both the obelisks, the Sumerian wards, for interplanar travel to be possible again, but also to destroy the book that you have been pushed towards in this Legacy of Darkness from the beginning. So, currently, you are still in Shaltalan. As far as I remember, the last we left off, you all went to bed that night in the inn, and I think the majority of you had a good night's sleep, as far as I recall.
Did I have a good night's sleep?
You did.
Oh, good.
I believe we were camped in our little tent outside the Earl's place.
True, yeah, you put it, you wasn't in the inn, it was in your own tent outside of the Earl's place, right next to the Temple of the Snake Guardians, where you also visited, I forgot that, and you saw that these snake-like creatures aren't quite snakes, but they definitely have snake-like features. And you got a little bit insight into certain things that could or could not be awaiting you on the other side, but it was still a little bit vague because there was no one there. It was just carvings of various different scenarios and situations. So, There we go. That's where we left off last time. So as the morning comes and Celeste sleeps in as usual, what would you like to do?
Jean would like to get up early.
Okay.
Just try aim to be a little bit before everyone if you can.
Mhm.
And rolling over and seeing the back of what's shell. Now he's headed a little bit and try get like his cloak or some piece of fabric or something, and just wait for what to wake next. Just looking at all the different pictures that have been drawn across his shell.
True.
Wait, what?
I mean, I guess he can't see them because they're on the back, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, so nothing.
Hey, what?
Yes. Oh, good morning. How are we?
Morning. Yeah, I'm doing all right. How you doing?
Good. I had a big sleep. It was very nice.
Yeah. Look, you were sleeping a lot, and I wanted to test something, and it kind of got the whole crew involved, and we may have drawn some silly things on your shell.
Oh.
I've got this. So I'm happy to clean it off real quick if you like.
Where is it? I can't see.
It's on your shell.
Is there a mirror anywhere?
John will pull out the shard of mirror he has left over from when we went to what's it called?
Lightwood. I'm
yeah,
guessing.
that's it, Lightwood. Here you go, friend.
Oh. That's quite some artistic abilities you have there.
I just did the wiener over there. The rest was by the rest of the crew.
Oh, yes, you are the youngster, aren't you?
Yep. That's me. Yep. Spry
Right.
little spratling. That's me.
I mean, if you could clean it off, that would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, of course. That's
Just,
right. Clean it all off.
I need a good
Pause for a
nap
moment,
after a night
contemplating
like
leaving
that,
like a
that's for
woman.
sure.
And then clean it off.
So what was that?
Going to like clean it all, and then like pause, considering leaving just the one, and then and just wiping it down.
Fair. You now have a clean shell.
Thank you very much. Much better. I can feel the weight off my shell already. I don't think it had a good clean in years.
Oh. Well, I mean, with the snow and the ice and the cold that's going to be buffeting it soon, I'm sure to get plenty clean.
I don't do so well in the cold, but I guess what do you mean? Are we back?
Oh, we've been back for a while. So you were in and out of your shell a little while. We were carrying you from points, but yeah, no, we're back.
Oh, dang it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
And we
Also,
are
you're
heading-
in the tent for the first time. What?
Oh yeah.
See,
What hotel are we in?
I promised you you'd be able to set it up. It's like, it's our tent, but then I also put the shell over the top of the tent, so it's kind of like a cave. See?
Oh,
This
right.
This bit's like tenty, but if you look outside, just outside there, it's also a wall, like a
Well,
cave.
it's cold out there. I don't
Yeah.
like that. Why is it so warm in here? Very interesting.
Well, we got a long day ahead of us. I'm gonna start getting things ready. We'll wake up Celeste before we go. Yeah.
Oh.
Celeste! Donks her on the head with my cane. It's wake up time!
Was that really necessary?
I just figured everyone else was awake and it's time for her to hit the road.
I believe there are probably still a few things to take care of before we'll be leaving.
And you can help, I'm sure. Let's go.
Yes, well, you have fun with that. I'll be up in about half an hour.
All right. Take your time.
I was planning on it.
Celeste's had the most early morning she's had in a while now.
I'm just imagining it's like the parent who's, it's like, give me half an hour. And it's like, okay, 5 minutes later, they're back. Just like, come on, it's been half an hour. Like, no, it hasn't. Let me sleep.
Well, okay. Well, you get up one by one. And what are you doing while you're waiting for Celeste?
John will just prepare some food for the day. He'll use these cooking feet, make a couple of those schnecks.
Cooking feet? You shouldn't be cooking with your feet. That's.
Hey, it says I can.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah, so I'm gonna make as part of a short rest. Whereas with 1 hour of work when you finish a long rest, so I assume the morning after finishing up, you can create 4 treats. These special treats last 8 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Can provide 4 10 hit points.
Oh, good. You definitely can do that. No problem.
What's just investigating the tent and looking in all the pockets and everything?
Well, I don't think there's anything
He
really
finds a
in
lot
there.
of pamphlets.
Oh yeah,
Like every pocket is just
Yeah.
stuffed with like pamphlets sticking out of it.
And there's still the like the pallet in the middle as well.
Yep.
It's all very interesting. What is this about?
Raving a pamphlet.
Is this a previous owner's experience? Seems to be a lot of these.
Yeah, well, it's a job we got. It was a deal with the gods. We went and visited them at their
Oh.
place. Yeah.
Very, very nice.
And made a deal that that we would be their missionaries. Yeah. So one of the things we.
So you're all the god's slaves. Well done.
Puts the pamphlet back.
Yeah. Yeah. I think they're called like clerics. Yeah. That we're clerics of the Archidron.
Oh, clerics are cheap magic.
Cheap magic, because that's right. You get your magic from that book.
It's all knowledge-based, really. Like, the book helps me remember the spells, but, like, it's all, like, techniques and, intricate wordings that make this magic work.
Also, it matters what the words you say.
Yes.
Oh, that's interesting. Because the way I think about magic is I can, like, see the way things are connected to creation, and then I just ask things nicely, and they do it for me.
Oh. That is
Yeah.
one way to do it, I suppose.
Hmm.
I don't have that sort of connection with nature yet.
Oh well.
I got treats. Heads up.
Snapping turtle.
If you want to eat the treat straight away at the beginning of the day, you got 4 hours of 10 hit points. Oh, sorry, 4 hours. You have a day. Basically, you have 4 10 hit points for the day.
Woohoo!
Very cool. Very cool.
Do you happen to make a pot of coffee while you're out, John?
Always. There you go.
Good morning. We were just discussing the plan for the day. Mr. Watt. Before
Yeah.
I think we went to the temple yesterday. Not the temple, but we went to a place where we're going to go. And we think it's going to be quite relatively dangerous.
So this was inspired.
And so just wondering, before we head off, is there any supplies or magical things that you might like us to go and find and purchase for you, so that you can do any of the magic that you think might be useful?
Oh, well, I mean, I think my magic's pretty good. Like, there's only a few things that may be handy at some points, but probably not in a cave. No, I think we're good. I think I'm good. I think I'm good. Yes,
Good.
I'm good.
Because did we well, Miss Celeste, I was just wondering, in terms of going somewhere not that safe, if maybe we should see if we can find some potions, some healing potions, because we don't have Alexander around very much at the moment, and
Well, we were talking about that because I have a few, and I did offer to dish them out to some of you, from what I remember of our conversation yesterday. But if you wanted to, we could go and see if we could source some more.
well, I mean, I've got one. Do we want to give one to Mr. Drickick? Oh, I mean, Mr. What?
Sure, you can if you'd like.
Does your sword need enchanting again, by the way?
Oh, I have that sword. Do I? Do I have that sword?
Yeah.
No, well, I don't suppose it would hurt. Does the enchantment have a time limit?
I don't think so. I think it just gets stored in this sword until you call upon it.
Well, I suppose there's really no downside to it then, is there?
Well, depends on where you step. And I enchant Thunder Step into the sword.
Thunder step into the sword.
Yeah.
Okay. You expend your spell slot and pop it in there, and it's now stored.
Just don't point the sword off a cliff or something. You might regret it.
It's alright. Might be quite fun, actually. Always wanted to try that. I was tempted once when I was riding on the back of Ingwe, but...
Well, I mean, you could probably jump off the cliff and then point the sword back, and then you can pop back over. That would work. That way
Be
you
quite
get
quick, I would imagine.
experience of nope.
Well, no, that was what I wanted to try once, but I restrained myself.
Fair enough.
Anyway. By the way, Celeste is like sitting in the entrance to the tent, and she's got like this much of like her face like showing out. Just, very interesting.
Oh, what's in the tent?
like a-
What hasn't left the tent?
Okay, one Celeste is just like in the entrance of the tent, just like fighting over who can talk in the hole. Like...
Just like a blanket Durham right now.
Too cold out there. I'm not going out there.
No, it is quite frigid. Jean, perhaps you wouldn't mind seeing how far away your father-in-law is from being ready. I know he said he wanted to meet at first light. I can't remember exactly where he said he wanted to meet.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, we're right outside. And I just turn and look at the door over my shoulder. I'll go check. See if he's up. Or yeah, maybe he wanted to meet us down at the entrance. I don't know. I'll just go. John will bugger off over to the door.
Yep.
Like 2 steps away.
Yeah, it's like literally on the other side of the street. Yeah.
And we'll give it a knock. And not related to this, but just in case I forgot to mention it last time. But now that we're back on land, Jean's back to wearing the plate mail. It's half plate.
Yeah.
But
good.
Go over.
And after a few seconds, the door will open, and the individual that you've seen a few times there, we don't really know what their name is, but it's this young man. Yes. You're here to start your journey?
Yes. Yeah, I see you've been informed. Yes.
Yes.
Just
please.
looking to see how long until the Earl is ready.
I think they're already ready. They're sitting at the dining table right now, having a conversation and some morning coffee. But they seem to be ready.
Oh, okay. Yeah. mind me asking who they're having a conversation with?
Oh, the two others that are joining you.
Right, he did mention something about that. That makes
Yes.
all right. If you wouldn't mind letting them know that we, unless they'd prefer us coming in, we'll just be outside, ready to go.
Sure, I can let them know.
All right. Thank you kindly.
Nice. Oh, good. He closes the door and walks in.
John sort of just like leans over and. Are there any windows near the door, like on either side or something like that?
So there's like an entrance and then there's some windows on the side, yeah.
John's just gonna try like do a little peek in to see if he can see out and see if he's actually up, that sort of thing, or
Okay.
anything you can see from there. Not bad. 18.
Right. You can see him sitting at the end of the table, wearing a lot of furs. It looks like he is definitely ready to go, and it looks like whatever he's drinking is alcoholic in nature at the moment. And there's two other individuals sitting with him on the table. They're both dressed in similar garbs, and they look like they're readying up for a tough journey. One is a human man with like brown hair and a ponytail. It looks like maybe in his 40s, maybe 50s. And the other one is a female elf, half elf, it looks like. Who also looks like her face is a little weathered as well. It's not so easy to see with elves as it is with humans, but she's only half elf, so you can see that there is some definite, like, I wouldn't say sunburn, but you can definitely see, like, if you see people who work outside a lot, you can see that their skin is like kind of damaged a little bit. Same with her. She looks like she's probably like about 20 years old, but her skin's like messed up. She looks like she probably spent most of her time outside.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the two people.
Can I spot any of their equipment and that sort of stuff? Can I see? Do I get an idea if they're like carrying weapons on their side, or is that a bit out of view?
No, I mean they are geared up, ready to go. So he has a shield and what looks like a longsword, and she has a bow, and she also has two short swords.
Okay.
And and your father-in-law has a hammer, and it's not easy to spot that it's a crystal head on this hammer. It looks like ice, but yeah, and it's just hanging off the side of his belt. It looks like it's a two-handed maul.
Okay. So. Just sort of clock all that, nod his head in. Right, and make his way back to the group. Yeah, I'll let them know. Seems he's inside already chatting with the folks that'll be joining us. Yeah, I'll let them know we'll be just out here when they're ready to go, so I'm sure they'll come out any moment now. Either that or they'll call us in.
So we've got to take the tent down now. Sorry, Mr. Watt, it's going to get pretty cold.
Can't we wait just a little bit longer until they come out, Ingwe?
Well, the cave will still be up. We could put a fire in the cave and warm it up pretty quick.
Alright, just let me get dressed first.
Sure.
Get out, Walt.
Oh.
Good. Alright, good.
What left completely? He took that command to the nth degree.
Oh. Does not collect go. Does not collect any money with go. Whatever it is you say in Monopoly.
Celeste will get changed into her cold-resistant outfit. So the white rabbit, fur-lined cloak with the hood.
Oh, good. I think the majority of you should have warm clothes as far as I remember. So that shouldn't be a problem.
Halfway through Celeste getting changed, what appeared back in? Oh, sorry.
Oh, hello. It's 2 times in a week.
I can't see Tom now. Why can't I see Tom?
What? How dare you? Can you see me now?
Oh.
Nope. It's like old people with technology, and you're like, "Oh, I'm just gonna drag my computer into the bin."
Yeah. I refreshed the page. I'm back. That good?
Right. Yes, I feel very refreshed. Thank you. Anyway, yes, you can put on your warm very nicely. Is it fur clothes? That's the one you got from Madame Madrina's, right?
Yes, it was resistant to
That's
cold.
when you. Yeah, so that's when you got it from the Hygel person. Yeah, and
And that's where is that where Ingwe got his weather boots? I'm pretty sure. Same place.
Yeah, I think so.
I
believe so.
Come out with her hood up, all bundled up. All right, you can take it down now.
And all the snow on top just goes all over Celeste.
We were inside, weren't we?
We're inside a cave.
No snow inside a cave.
Well, this was pleasant.
So, what? You do not have any warm clothes?
No, I just had this thin-ass cloak over my shell.
We spoke about warm clothes yesterday. Why didn't you speak up and say anything?
I was tired.
That's what I'm saying. Before we go, perhaps we should, because from what I understand, it's going to take us a number of days traveling through the mountains or through the forest. Did we decide whether we were going the mountains or the forest? Through the forest. We're going over the mountains.
It's a bit more complicated than that. I think he did show you like briefly or tell you briefly. It will take you quite a bit of time. Probably 7 days if you're lucky. And there's options. There's over mountains, through forests, through valleys. There are some options. But
Probably not going to take us 7 days because Ingwe, you also said the blizzard starts today.
Yes.
Fine. I'll just. And I prestidigitation my cloak to make it like a heat blanket.
Okay.
just keep
Well, you're gonna have to do
doing
that non-stop.
I'll keep doing this. It's fine. That's fine.
Just keep an eye on it because, yeah, that's fine. Just keep an eye on it if that's what you want to do.
There's a shot down there. I'm sure you can run down, right? You're pretty quick on your feet when you need to be.
Me? Running?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, you doing your thing, whatever it may be.
What thing?
I don't know. When you need to be quick, you can be quick, right? Like that time on the ship, you just one spot to the next.
I don't know what you're talking about. No. Oh. I'm slow. Look at me. You expect me to run?
All right.
So it's going to take us at least 14 days.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's with the mounts as well. That's a note. So if you're walking, it's worse.
Sean is just gonna yeah, just if they come out while I'm gone, just tell them I'll be back. And John's gonna run off to the shop, try to find some warm shit to put on what any capacity.
Very nice young man.
Okay, so you're running from where you are. You're running down to the markets at the coast. Okay.
Like those last minute, John's literally running like son of a bitch.
They're running down the stairs, running down the Wygar Bridge and all that, and all the guards just like looking weird at you. And then you get to where the docks are is pretty much where all the markets are. The whole stretch there is full of the whole marketplace, and it takes you a little bit. Actually, make an investigation check just to see how long it's going to take you.
A while. 5.
Wait, 5. Okay.
Yep, 5.
Okay. You run down some passages, and there isn't quite an exit that leads on to the other side, and you're trying to like keep walking and looking to the left to see if you can find a door, and then eventually you find one of the gates, and it leads you out to where all the markets are. And it's not hard to find warm clothes. It seems like that's one of the things that they sell quite a lot of.
I need warm clothes that are going to fit a giant turtle. Who's got?
A giant turtle?
Yeah, something like that. Turtle, I think he said. I don't know if you...
Oh.
Yeah.
How big is this turtle?
I don't know, like that big. Like my hand.
That is a big turtle.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me have a look here. Maybe these ones. Yeah, I think maybe this. And he gives you a set of pants, and he gives you a. It looks like kind of like a jacket with a hoodie. And there's some mitts, and he's putting that on the counter, and he's like, that would be 5 gold.
Look.
Oh, sorry, I forgot the shoes. Here, there's some shoes as well, so that would be 7 gold.
Okay. Yep. Can you got by chance one of those like dome fur hats? They're like cylindrical.
Oh yeah. And he takes you know when you have like a I'm not sure what the English word is for it, but you have like a thing you put both your hands in the thing.
Oh yeah.
Instead of having 2 gloves.
Yeah.
And he takes one of those and he just kind of quickly just puts some stuff on top and sew it together, and he's like, gives you that as well.
Perfect. Perfect.
Mitten? I'm not sure if that's what you call it.
I know what you mean. They're like hand warmers almost. Like
yeah.
Yeah.
So technically it's not a hat, but yeah.
What's this gonna set me back?
So with the magnificent hat, it's gonna be 9 gold pieces.
Absolutely. Put 10 gold on the table. The change is for your excellent craftsmanship.
Oh wow! Thank you.
Shit. Just before they even finish talking, Sean's already out the door, just like thank you, and just running his way back up, dropping shit and picking it up as he goes.
Okay, what is your passive perception, John?
17. It's not bad.
Okay. Let me just do something. Okay.
Sean's getting assassinated in the streets.
Well, on the way back, you run up the Vigar Bridge, and on the way there is 2 like hooded figures that kind of pass you on the opposite side, and one of them bumps into you, and it seems like it was on purpose, and he just walks off.
Immediately check my coin purse.
Making, I guess investigation check. You're not quite trying to be perceptive.
Yeah, I'm checking everything, but like first thing is coin purse. Investigation.
Yep.
Oh boy. Oh, good roll. 17.
Okay. Nothing's missing. But with your perception as he walks off, you notice that one of them only has 1 arm.
What details, left or right?
That would be the left, I believe.
So they have their left? They're not missing the left, correct?
They're missing their left, as far as I
Missing the
remember.
left, okay.
Yeah. But you don't see them. Like, they're just covered in furs like everyone else and just walk off.
Can I attain any details about their faces, about their characteristics? Anything else? Their cloaks, symbols on their cloaks, rings on their hands, shoes.
So you have 17 passive perception. So they're quite tall, and most of they're both kind of covered in fur and stuff. It's kind of hard to really make out, but they seem like tall people. They seem strong, like very broad-shouldered, and it looks like one of them at least is missing an arm. And as they walk off, you notice that one of them has a white tail sticking out.
One missing the arm or the other one?
The other one.
Sean's gonna sort of like stumble for a sec, first take in that information, clock them all in that, and then, hey, friend, you want to apologize when bumping into people?
They don't even acknowledge you.
I was gonna just fold all the clothes over and put them down to the side. Just gonna walk around in front of them, just slowly step around and just look up. Hey,
Okay.
yo, I'm talking to you.
Is there a problem here, human?
It is. You bumped into me. Say anything about it.
How unfortunate.
It is unfortunate. It's rather unfortunate. I mean, it's not good to bump into me of all people and just fuck off.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah. So what's the trouble, friend? As Jean sort of just like flicks his cloak back and reveals his arm.
He pulls off his hood and his mask, and you can see it's a white dragonborn missing an arm. And the other one, now that you see him take off, he also takes his mask off, and you can see that's another white dragonborn.
Do they look familiar? Like perhaps a certain friend's father and/or...
You have seen these two
Sibling?
individuals before, because one of them is in fact Drekig's dad, and the other one is Drekig's brother.
Bastards.
Yep. Yeah, Shell's gonna sort of just... Yeah, look, man, I mean... I guess you're just shitty because there hasn't been a statue raised in your honor or anything like that, but, you know, whatever you want to do, you can just be whatever shitty attitude you have and just fuck off with it.
Oh, well. I guess that my son picked a crew like himself. Useless and loud-mouthed.
I mean, we're loudmouthed, but like I said, he got a goddamn statue built after him. Shows he did something right.
Okay. Very well. He's going to push you. Try to push you off the bridge.
100%. Bring it on.
That is a 19 to hit you right now. I'm not sure if that hits you.
19 is my AC, exactly.
Oh, okay. Contested strength check then.
Okie dokie. Athletics or just straight strength?
You can do athletics or acrobatics if you want.
Okay. Just making sure because I got things for this. It's not a saving throw, nope. And yeah, okay, cool. Yep, I have advantage on strength checks, so
there you go.
It did not help. Woo! That is a 7 total.
7 total. Oh, well, I thought I rolled bad. I had a 15, but
yeah, no. I rolled
okay.
A 2 and a 4.
Okay,
sorry,
so he's
8
going
total.
to shove you off the bridge. I'd say at this point you're probably about halfway through. I'd say, is it even possible to make a dexterity saving throw in that case? I don't think it really is. It's just fall damage.
Oh. Can I rage halfway down?
Sure, why not? Doesn't take you very long to fall, though. So 26 points of falling damage halved.
Ooh.
Because you raged on the way home.
I'm totally joking
down.
about the rage thing. If I can, I'll take it, but I feel like it's a little...
I mean... let me see.
It's a bonus action to rage, so it wouldn't be a reaction, so I'm happy to take it.
Yeah, I guess it's not a reaction. No, 26 points off.
26.
Yeah. As you fall down into a pit, and you are lucky that you didn't get pushed off further up, because that's where all the spikes are that are filled with orcs.
Yep.
But you land very hard on the ground in the snow. In fact, there's quite a bit of snow here. So you're kind of covered from head to toe in snow right now as well.
You're jealous! I'll just slowly get back up. Click whatever has come out a bit, and then make his way back to the stairs and just start heading back. Go pick up the clothes that he put on the bridge that he hopes are still there.
Yep, they're still there. You don't see the others. They look like they walked off. But it also took you a while to gather yourself and get back to there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you are okay. And you can make it back to your friends with the outfit.
Right. Start walking up like a slight limp.
Jean, good job. What happened to you?
Uh,
You're bleeding.
Yep. Here you go. What? Take
Thank
this
you.
is very heavy for me right now.
I didn't expect you to trade an arm and a leg for it, though. Are you all right?
Yeah. No, I'm fine. I got bumped into Dragic's family on the bridge, and
Oh, how wonderful. How was it a nice reunion?
I mean, they pushed me off the bridge, but yeah. I don't know. They got all the stories that he told us and that, and then they bumped into me. That's how I felt. I wouldn't have even seen them. They just knocked me. I just sort of caught these hooded figures and turned around. And I clocked the information, and then as I went around to give them a, hey, what the fuck type talk, that's when I realized who they were. And yeah, did not go over the best, but I'm still standing. Oh, fuck them, I guess.
Yeah.
What
I
are
got
they
my
even
arm
doing
back.
here?
I mean, I assume they're here to either pay their respects or find out what the hell their son did so good that they can't stand up to.
Where did they go?
I didn't see while I was plummeting off the side of the bridge, but I presume because they were heading back the opposite way I was coming, right?
Yeah, they were heading down off the bridge, so they could have been anywhere in the middle or further away.
I assume they're heading back down. That's the way they were going, at least when I bumped into them.
Half a mind to go and find them.
Yeah.
I know that
Yeah.
we're on a little bit of a tight schedule, but after everything that we've been through, this level of disrespect.
Yeah. I mean, we know where they live and all that shit. I feel like the stuff we're on is more important. We can go pay them a visit afterwards.
I'd rather
Just
not pick a
like
fight
war.
with them in their own home turf. If they're going to do it here. I mean, they started it. And obviously they're too cowardly to finish it. They just left.
Don't worry, I ain't above telling my parents, so to speak. When the Earl comes out, I'll give him a quick word.
Okay, I'll wait to hear you until after you've had that conversation so that it looks authentic.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Please stick to the story. Yep. I'm
Bones
good.
sticking out of your kneecap. I'm fine. It's like, sure.
There should be a combination of shit for you, what? You got boots, pants, the hood, cool hat.
So it's very warm, thank you. That's very nice. Bit
Can
tight,
you,
but I can deal with it.
Can you roll me a d20, what?
Sure. Is lower
wanna
or
see how-
higher better?
The higher the better, the closer to
18.
your measurements.
18.
18, no problem. I was just checking if you had shorts.
Divination, replace it with my one. No.
All good.
Weird that they gave me a Hawaiian shirt.
His little turtle tail just poking out the back.
That's the only thing holding the pants up because it's too big. Right.
It's got like juicy on the butt.
You are very good at getting measurements, my good sir.
Thank you. Yes, I don't know. Yeah. Hey, Torgy!
So I'm
He's
guessing
coming
at
in.
this point he probably would have come out very briefly after you arrive. Yes. What's going on with you?
We're
Full
just,
up the turnip truck.
I mean, something like that. No, I headed down to grab our friend Watt here some gear for the journey, and on the way back up, bumped into some folks who decided to push me off the bridge. Yeah, I don't know if you got any guards who might want to investigate these ruffians. They were two
Sure.
white
Did you
dragon
see who they
board.
were? Oh, I see the problem. Yes. Okay. Yeah, that might be complicated. Sure, I will give them a warning.
Perfect.
I think that's the best I can do at this point, unfortunately. They are here as guests of the Queen. So
That's fine. I'll give them the rest when we meet up with them next time. So it's all right.
I didn't hear that, but sure.
I appreciate it.
Right. Are you all right? Do you need some healing? Are you good to go?
I'm just like sheepishly looks to Celeste.
I can help him.
Thank you.
Right.
Just a smidge. You don't need to go all out. Just a little something, smooth out the edges.
Jean, your shoulder's dislocated. I can see the bone sticking out.
Yeah. That's
Your
what I mean. Just
clavicle
the
looks
little
as though it's
things.
shattered. Your
Just the
face
little
is-
things.
Right. Well, I have a little bit of I have a few things for you. Before we begin the journey, it's probably best we hand this out. So let me start by introducing my two compatriots here. This here is Bodan, and he points to the human male with the sword and shield. And this is Mariette Glabe. She is our tracker. And she's the half-elf. And then the human opens up a box he has in his hands, and Tokia starts taking some stuff out. So he gives each of you a greater healing potion.
Oh, snap.
And he gives you warm blankets, kind of. It's a different version. It's like the ones you have now would probably not really work. I mean, you obviously have the tent and that changes things, but he doesn't know that. So he gives you blankets that are like made for the cold, and not quite sleeping bags, but it's a similar kind of vibe where it's like a cocoon of fur, which is going to be really nice to sleep in at night as well, because it is freezing as fuck right now. And even though right now it's not that windy, you can definitely sense that the wind has changed over the last 24 hours, and it's almost like you can feel something on the way. So he gives you that, and then he also gives each of you rations for 8 days of travel, which is salted meat or salted vegetables if you want that instead. There are some options. It takes them a little bit of time to find the vegetable version, but yeah, they have similar things like spinach rolls or bread and stuff like that.
Anyway, wouldn't have complained about the meat. He wouldn't.
Okay. You would have gotten salted meat.
I would have taken the salted meat.
Salted person for Ingwe and everyone else.
Ingwe's not going to eat any of the salted meat, but he has some friends he's going to make.
Yeah. So just remember to note down when you eat rations, not because there's anything wrong with them, just because this may be a little bit harsh in the outside world.
Survival journey.
So keep that in mind. So you have for 8 days travel. For now.
Should we have been tracking our rations in other treks? Long
Technically, yes, but from now on, that may be a thing that is something we should do. Okay. So every time you take a short rest, you need to destroy a ration, pretty much.
Destroy it.
I think I think it's half a ration actually per rest. So a ration per day. I think that's how it works. So a ration per day when you are like traveling, or generally.
I think we've also got in the tent, like the John bought like a bunch of like rice and beans and things like that for cooking.
Yeah, you have plenty of food, but in ration form, it's a different scenario. That's because you can eat that way, but you don't have to cook it. It's just ready to go. It's like beef jerky and stuff, right? So just keep that in mind. And from now on, if you have long rests or short rests, it requires you to also use your food. I think it's always been like that. We just never really pay attention to it. And in the cities, I don't really care. But out here, it could matter.
So to confirm as well, he gave 8 out, correct?
Every single one of you have rations for 8 days.
Right.
So that's 8 rations, because Normally you're under the impression that you probably have a long rest and a short rest during a day, and you eat half of the ration during each, as far as I understand. So
okay.
We get to the ninth day and we're all just eyeing what.
Turtle soup comes in its own bowl. So
only one ration on that guy.
When John went out and bought a bunch of food, he got a bunch of rations with it as well.
Yep.
But I haven't been dropping them on our journey, so I've currently got 19 rations.
19 rations?
Yeah, do you want me to cut it in half or something for our
uh,
journeys?
No, just leave them like they are now. That's fine.
Okay.
I'm
Sure.
not gonna retcon anything backwards.
Yeah,
That's
cool,
fine.
cool.
That's fine.
Speaking of 19, that is how much Celestial do you for? 19
Ah,
points.
perfect. Thank you.
No.
Oh,
You got heal for 19 rations.
I'm nearly back to full.
If anyone wants vampire.
I can try again. Still got a few scrapes and bruises.
No, that's that's nearly got me back. I feel like I'm at 98%.
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
Right. Well, he still looks like shit, but you probably can't fix that with a healing potion.
Nope.
All
we
right.
cannot.
98%.
Well-
That's like 35 hit points.
I don't know what hit points are, but yeah, sure.
If you segmented it that way, then.
Have we been able to, while John's shopping, have we been able to like clock the Salox? Is it Kalox? What's the
Kalok.
animal? Kalox.
You haven't seen them. They haven't been around in the sense that you can see them. But as you're speaking, you can see that there's a few soldiers that are bringing down 7 of them as you speak. So they are on the way. And
So they haven't been around again.
no, they haven't been around yet because they need to be kept in certain enclosures for interesting reasons. But yeah, they're bringing down 7 of these creatures. And Jokia is like, "Well, you'll have each one of these. You're gonna have to get familiar with it, and they are a little bit hard to control, but they are valuable out there to help with, let's just say, getting across difficult terrain and such. They are very valuable because they have a unique jumping ability that makes them very, very efficient. It just takes a little bit of time getting used to the whole being in charge of them."
That's all right. I'm sure we can deal with this.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, you are free to pick whichever one you want of them. They should all be in similar condition. I don't mind whichever one you pick.
I'm going to look towards Ingwe and go, which one do you think is the least likely to buck me off?
Excuse me, gentlemen. I was just so we can organize ourselves. Wondering if you could tell me which is the which one likes Miss Celeste the most? Who would like to be Miss Celeste's partner?
I speak with animals or just speaking to them?
Yeah. I mean, they can always understand me because I can always be understood. But I will also cast the spell so that I can understand them.
You can hear them having a conversation among them. Goes a little bit like, "Hey, what do you think of this pointy-eared one, huh? You think she's gonna be heavy or light? I think she's gonna be light. She looks like she doesn't weigh too much. More worried about Mr. Heavy Plate over there. He looks like he's a little bit on the heavy side, huh? Furbo.
This one.
Oh, I'm gonna have fun playing football with this one." And one of them starts slowly going towards what? There's one of them that doesn't seem to be saying anything. It's just looking back and forth and just like, but yeah.
You seem quite not worried. What's your name, sir?
I don't have a name.
You don't have a name?
We don't need names.
How do they differentiate between you?
We don't need to.
What? Oh, that's sad. That's really disappointing that you don't have a name. What do you like to eat?
Well, sometimes I eat people, depending on who we're fighting.
Yeah.
I had some good sheep the other day.
Do
Or
you
some
like
wolves. Yeah.
do you like these the food that they get us to carry?
It's all right. I prefer my food fresh.
Do you? Oh, well, I would like to cast Animal Friendship.
Okay. Does it need to make a save? Or is it just a thing?
Yes. Well, if it has an intelligence of 4 or higher,
Definitely does.
it does.
Mm.
So the spell will fail automatically.
Oh. Okay. Well, it has about a... You get that it's probably more like a 5 or a 6, but it definitely has intelligence behind the eyes.
Yeah, well, you're more intelligent than an ape. Wow, that's real interesting. So I'll burn the food. I'll give him the food. In that case, I will just try and persuade him to be my friend with my excellent.
Make a animal handling check to see how well you do with this one.
Hmm. 17.
Okay. Just kind of looks at you like, jump on, buddy.
Oh, well, actually, I was hoping that you'd be able to carry my friend. She's the light one over there with the pointy ears. Her name's Celeste. She's good.
Sure.
Sure.
I'll carry the garden elf.
Can I turn into these animals?
What is the CR rating you can turn into currently?
3.
Okay, let me just have a look here, because this is a.
Are they beasts essentially?
Yes, they are still beasts. They're just really intelligent beasts. Let me just have a look here. Where the just need to have a reference or something. Probably can't.
What are they called again?
Kalox. Yeah, you definitely can that with 3. So you can turn into them if you wish to.
Okay, we might have to have a conversation about stats and stuff.
That's cool.
Okay. Because it's my intention to very turn into them very soon.
That's fine. So, these creatures by themselves is actually quite large. I did describe them as looking a little bit like a kangaroo because they stand on their like hind legs. But if you picture a Clydesdale horse standing upright on its like back legs, that's the size we're talking here. And they have these 2 curled horns. There are 4 in total. 2 of them are like really big and 2 of them are smaller. So they're pretty big, and they have like these. It's kind of like Velociraptor arms almost. They're shorter, but they are muscly, and they have like really long nails on them. Same with the feet as well. They have really long nails on their feet, and the tail. But they're covered mostly in white furs, so they look like they're probably good for specifically jumping and traveling in snow, maybe. But they are quite big.
Do they have kangaroo-like tails as well?
Yeah, I'd say that if you take a kangaroo and you make it white fur and give it the horns, it's pretty much what you're looking at. Just a lot larger.
Yeah.
So what's the verdict?
Well, I think this one's for you, Miss Celeste. He doesn't have a name, so if you want to give your Kalok a name, it's a bit sad today. But anyway, I'm sure we'll get to know them as we travel.
Hopefully they give us the chance. Quite tall. Right, we all packed up and ready then. I want to try and get ahead of this storm as much as possible. Make way before nightfall.
Yep. Yeah, I'm good to go. I'm gonna take this big bastard over here. Come on.
Also, I get the big guy with the fucking armor.
Look, I think he likes me already. Come on.
I'm going to wait for someone else to mount theirs, and then I'm going to try and copy the way that they do it.
I'll get on.
As someone that seems as though they're comfortable around getting on the back, and then I'll copy the way that they do it. So perhaps like Torgeir or someone.
Yeah, so he doesn't start, but the two of his companions starts putting the saddles on and stuff like that, and making sure that it's tight, the right spots, and gives them a little bit of food and such like that before they start putting it on. And the human man, he's doing it very slowly, like approaching it very slowly, and then going on. And the half elf woman, she just jumps straight on, like she has no issue. She jumps straight on, and then as soon as they're on, it's very similar to riding a horse in that sense. But you can see that the angle in which the feet are positioned are slightly more outwards, where with a horse it's kind of a little bit more like it's following the body. In this case, it's more outwards. Sometimes when you ride a horse, obviously you use the heels, but other than that, it looks like this is more for holding on for yourself. This position is kind of that scenario. The saddles themselves are also made slightly at an angle, so you actually level instead of sitting like this, because you're in the back of this thing. So it looks like it's something that a lot of people probably do, but it is very abstract considering you normally have been riding horses, carts, and stuff like that. So,
how high up is the saddle?
Oof, that's a good question. It would probably be about, how tall am I? It would probably be around 6 feet 6 up.
Much taller.
They are
Celeste
quite tall.
Celeste is 5'7", so she might need a bit of a boost.
Yeah, well, the thing itself is you have like little handles on the side of the saddle, where you can pull yourself up, put your foot in and such. But obviously, you have to get up to the first step first, and they'll give you a hand. Tokyo will give you a boost if you need to. But you can jump up and grab them if you wanted to.
Perhaps next time, once I'm more acquainted, I don't want to go running and jumping at this beast just in case it darts out of the way or something as I try to land. I'm going to take the boost in the first instance, and get myself situated on the back of the Zaylock.
Good. Okay, you have positioned yourself on one, and Sean, you have positioned yourself on one as well.
It's right on. I imagine Jean's experience of riding horses back on the farm, it's not too different. To mount, I should say. To ride, imagine different story, but to mount.
Well, we'll see. We'll definitely see. So I'm just writing this down here. And Ingwe, do you turn into one, or do you go on the back of one?
I think at this stage I will go on the back of one.
So you slide onto the back of one of them, and all good. And what? You also going on one?
Gonna attempt this. I'm
gonna try and get on the horse.
Okay. It is a little tricky for you, and I think at some point Tokyo will be like, "Are you all right over there, little man?"
It's a bit tall, isn't it? Maybe I need a box.
Get the stairs, and you see that they push out there's like 3 boxes on top of each other. That's like, it was like next to the house in like all this snow, and he's like pushing it out, and you can kind of walk up to where it is.
Yes, much better. Yep. Yes. How are you, horsey? Good.
What a fucking idiot. Right, looks like we're almost ready. Right. And Tokyo goes over to one of them, and he jumps on the back, and he just grabs his hammer out of the way, and he just kind of looks at it, and gives it a kiss, and then he's just getting ready. Well, is there anything you want to do before we leave? This is the very, very last chance.
I think we've wrapped up just about all the loose ends we can here, bar one, but John has promised me that we'll stick it out later.
Away we go.
Well, follow me if you can. And he starts heading off. And I need all of you to make an animal handling check.
All right, Jose.
Dun,
Go.
dun, 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 dun. We're off to see
19.
the wizard.
+2. 21.
21 for what?
Yes.
You
Holy
are
cow.
apparently so light that the thing doesn't even realize you're sitting on it. All good.
And
Celeste.
what just got inspired?
Oh, that too.
I'll pick you up.
What did Celeste get?
16 total. 13 plus 3.
Okay. And Ingwe.
9.
9.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And Sean?
10.
Okay. So you start heading off, and then 2 seconds later, 2 of these K-Logs run past both you, Ingwe, and both past Celeste and Watt, and the one with Watt is following along, and yeah, there's just no one on those 2 because they already fallen off. It's just boom, boom. You just instantly just smack down on the street.
Oh, I don't know how to turn it around. Hang on.
Oh,
You're right.
Mr. John, I was too focused on the Celeste's K-Lock. Actually, you know what'd be real handy? I know they said before we go we should have got everything, but I should probably try and get a saddle.
Oh, didn't they get us saddles or?
Yeah, but for me.
Oh, right.
Oh well, probably too late for that now.
Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. We'll be fine. I mean, I've been on my back twice before an hour of this morning has even passed. I doubt it'll be a third time. Let's go catch up. Slow down.
Oh,
And
you are
Celeste,
looking a little...
you can also, yes, Celeste, you kind of notice that you're steering to the left and it's going to the right. It's not really doing what you're saying, but you're not being.
I'm going to try and
got it off.
actually, not steer and just let it, follow the road. I'm just going to let it do its thing and follow, and I'll call out for help if I need to, but...
That fits with your role. That's fair. That's fair.
Onward, go! Whoosh! As she just sits there, hanging on for dear life.
Sean and Ingwe, give it another go.
Woo!
Sorry about that. I was paying attention. 13.
Okay, and Sean?
Sean dives and grabs the back of the saddle and pulls himself on with a 21. Yeah!
Whoa. Right. Sean, no problem at all. It definitely just yeets out of control, but then you realize it's actually going the direction you want it to, you think. Or maybe just knows where the gate is. Anyway, you go up, and then you slide off on the opposite side immediately, and you fall off again. It's just wiggling back and forth, and it barely moved, but unfortunately these creatures are complicated.
Oh, John, let me help. I cast Mage Hand to just push John when he starts falling off.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I got it.
Sean's fine. It's more Ingwe that's the problem right now.
Ingwe,
So-
at this point, is going to give up and turn into a K-Log.
You turn into a K-Log. Oh, good. So now there's another K-Log there, and one with the saddle. But you can be a K-Log without a saddle. That's up to you. But everyone else is starting to head off.
Should really come with some sort of belt I can fasten to the saddle around myself.
Right. So, for your information, Ingwe, I'll give you some stats. It has 18 strength, 16 dex, 13 con, 6 intelligence, 12 wisdom, and 10 charisma. It has a movement speed of 30 feet, which is not a lot, but it's not hindered by snowy terrain or anything of that sort. So it can do 60 if you use your action. It can jump 75 feet as an action instead of moving if it were in a combat situation. It's armor class 16. and 35 hit points.
You forgot about its cold breath weapon.
Well, it has
Oh.
multi-attack, +4 to hit.
Ooh.
And both attacks are d6s, so it's 1d6 per attack if it hits, and +4 to hit.
Nice.
So it is a little combat heavy. It can also ram, but it's not. It's just kind of an attack. But it's not like it has a ram attack in that sense. But
Doesn't do like some animals have their like if they run if it jumps and attacks something prone. You know,
no, it doesn't. It doesn't quite have that. But it does have the d6 damage if it does attack.
Mhm.
But it's definitely better than a horse.
Yep.
Fair enough. I'd say that eventually you get the hang of how these creatures work when you're jumping back and forth and moving and such. So I'd say you don't have much problems. You just function as a K-Lock right now. The rest of you start heading towards the how should I say, the exit, the gates towards the north. And as you start heading that way with Tokia and the others, you can see that Tokia, he just kisses his finger and then he puts his hand up. And then there's a line of different symbols for the gods, and he just kind of pings every single one of them as he goes by. And it seems like the other two are doing the same thing.
Jean will try copy, but ping the Stormlord one.
Only the Stormlord one or all of them?
Only
They're
the
hitting
Storm-
all of them. Sure,
Yeah,
you can
he's
definitely
just
do
gonna
that.
the Storm one. Not being fully aware of the other gods, Jean's going to be like, I don't know the other ones so much.
No problem. You can definitely do that. As you head out on the other side of this gate, it is just mountains, snow, and nothingness. It is just snow everywhere. There's no path to be seen because everything is covered in snow. But there is direction forming based on the valleys and the snow around you. But if you had been in this position without anyone who knew where you were, you would have been in trouble. Even you, Sean, are like, oh, this isn't good. This is one of those places where you're in trouble. But you head off from Shelterland towards what is assumed to be the first real stop of this city of stories. But it will take you about 3 days to get to that location. So, let me just go away. I didn't want to open that. So for the first day, can someone roll me a d20, please?
In order. I don't know.
I think what's doing it.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
I had my muted. I rolled a 10. That's pretty medium. Must be an
10.
average day.
Okay. Start heading off and traveling towards your first destination. And as it's pointed out to you as you're traveling, of course it closed down the only one I needed. What the hell? You know that the first place you're supposed to go to is at the bottom of some mountains. Or you can push on and have your first rest during the evening on a mountain, depending on whatever you want. But for the time being, you head off, and it's quite tough. The snow is almost a meter in depth. In some places, it's deeper than that, but it's hard to see because there's like rocks and crevices underneath that sometimes give in. These creatures are really good at stabilizing themselves, but it is a tricky situation for you guys. So, just to see how you generally do during the day, can you make one more animal handling check, each of you?
I think I rolled really well the first time out of sheer luck.
11.
11. Rolled an 8.
Right.
9 for me.
Nine for me as well.
Okay, so you technically all failed, but because of the nature of this question, This is more to see how well you do during the day, not if you're falling off again and stuff. So I'll say that there's a few times where you definitely all fall off one by one, and you're helping each other up back and so, and the others are laughing at you a little bit because this is obviously really hard. But there's some situations where you are also doing okay, where it's just kind of doing its own thing. You don't have to really navigate much, and then it gets to a point where there's a it's not a dangerous ravine or anything like that. It's like a little stream that's iced over. And Tokyo is like, I think it's a good time for you to try the jump part just to see if you can get it too.
Are you sure it's a good time? I fell off about 20 minutes ago.
I mean, this could save your life. If you don't know how to do it at all, that could be tricky, so.
This is why I asked for some time to acquaint ourselves with the creatures yesterday. But you insisted it would be easier if we did it on the road.
Well, it's hard to acquaint yourself with a situational creature.
The way to learn is
through
through
joyride.
experience.
Okay. Make an animal handling check, each of you, to see how the jump works. You don't really have to do it anyway, because technically you're not actually traveling on one, you're just jumping. So I'd say you can make a dex check.
Nah, I would have. If this is a whole day thing, I definitely wouldn't spend the whole day. Like I'd have another crack. It'd be bad. So I rolled.
Okay.
And now I've got a 19 finally.
Okay. Cool. So 19 from Ingwe. And Celeste.
19.
And Sean.
17.
And what?
10.
Right. Surprisingly, Celeste and Ingwe managed to jump as intended, and you do not fall off. You land perfectly. It slides a little, but you can see that it's quite hard to get them to do and land where you want them to. But you kind of understand how to do it now. What, however, you fall off as
Wait
a jump.
second, I realized I had inspiration.
Okay.
I rolled a d6 and I got a 6, so that's 16 total.
Right. So you fall off as it jumps, and and it lands perfectly on the other side and just turns around and like as it see that its passengers somewhat falling around in a meter of snow on the other side.
I'm on
Sean?
my back.
And Sean, you also fall off as it jumps. Unfortunately, this is a little bit tricky, but it is something that you have to learn according to your friend, Mr. Ica.
Only way to learn is through experience.
And they're jumping really high. Like they're jumping 75 feet in range. So you can imagine how big of a jump that would be. So you get some pretty big bruises and stuff from falling off. I'm not going to give you any damage for it, but it doesn't seem easy at all.
Oh, my ass. Oh, my sweet tailbone.
Well, I mean, you know how to try now, at least. We'll get another shot later, I'm sure. But just be aware of how this works.
How are they going to get across?
They can walk across. There was no danger in it. It's just an iced over little stream. It was just a test to
Sorry,
to
I thought
use.
you said it was a ravine. I was like, fuck.
Can someone
No.
help me up off my back?
Come here. Hand out. Yep. 1, 2, 3.
Here's your little hat. And he puts the hat on you as well.
Yes. Right. Now where's my box stairs?
We gotta get to the other side first.
Right. Well, just keep practicing whenever you can, and if you're comfortable, it will help you out a little bit. But it's just so you know that it can do this and how it feels when it does this. It may be handy later.
Yep.
Anyway.
So help what onto the K-Rock on the other side. 1, 2, 3.
Right.
There we go. You continue on once again. The creatures are getting more used to having you around, so it seems like they're less inclined to try to fuck with you. But every time you have to get them to maneuver around something a little bit more tricky, you have to concentrate to get them to do what you want. They seem like flock animals, and they seem like they're definitely carnivorous. So if they found you dead in the forest, you would be dinner. But for now, they seem to have a symbiotic relationship with its riders. So, for the roll that you had earlier with a 10, the blizzard begins. The weather starts turning into a nightmare. It is extremely cold. Visibility is almost 0 feet. And at one point, you have to stop. Tokia says, "We can continue if you want to, but it's going to get real tricky from here. But it looks like we're probably going to have to camp here for the night. And currently, you're pretty much in no man's land."
I'm more than happy to just stop. Could use a break.
Whatever the
Are these
locals
icicles
suggest.
on my beard, or is it just my beard?
You have some ice.
Yeah. I'm cold.
Don't drool so much, you won't create that much liquid.
Doesn't have any teeth. It's gummy.
Turtles don't have teeth. What are you talking about?
Are we are we making camp?
I believe so. The sooner we can get the tent up, the better. I can't feel my fingers.
Well, it's up to you, really, but I think it's a bad idea to continue. But if you insist.
I can barely see anything as it is.
Where do we want to set up?
Well, there's nothing around, so wherever you want, that's up to you.
Road? Are we worried about something coming to get us? Do we need to be able to see far? Once I set it up, I can't move it again today.
I don't know if visibility is going to matter much. I mean, we can't really see far as it is now. I don't know if going a few feet up is going to help.
Okay. We're still on the ground, right?
It's fairly flat still. It's slowly going upwards, and you can see these. Well, you could see earlier before the blizzard started these two gray peaks far off in the distance, which seems to be wherever they're aiming for.
Yep. Okay. And does it feel like we've gone for the whole the day? Like, have we done a day's travel, but just slowly, or does it?
No, you've done half a day's journey at this point.
And then he's okay. Well, before I do that, then I'm going to check with my boots about what is happening with the weather.
Right. It looks like this blizzard is on and off for the next few days, depending on the time. It comes and goes, and it's not quite consistent.
Oh, so we might not be stopping. Oh, do you think we're going to stop for a short rest here? Is that your suggestion? I would be talking to what's his name?
Tokia.
Tokia.
He suggests that this is the long rest for the night.
Camp for the night. Okay.
Because traveling any further from here is going to be exhausting.
Okay. Is everyone else okay with taking the long rest? We've still got half a day left.
Yeah, well, when it comes to weather like this, I think best to hunker down and push through.
Okay. I will
Wait for us to get turned around.
I will cast Wall of Stone.
Right.
Oh, is this how you did it?
So you create your little wall of stone hut, and it sinks in a meter. I guess the snow is not made to carry that much weight. Yeah, no problem. What are you doing there, Mr. Ingwe? What is that?
I hang on a second. This is our stone hut. It's hard for me to concentrate because I've got to concentrate on it for a little bit. So if we set the tent up inside, and I take some time to set it up, then this will be a pretty safe place for us to sleep tonight. Don't you think?
Okay, just curious. What are you doing with these magic folks, Sean?
Sort of did a job, and one thing led to another, and here we are.
Interesting. Life has a
Yeah.
tendency to move you in a certain direction sometimes. And it's
Right.
impressive what some of these people can do.
Oh yeah, I don't know if the word against it is the right sort of phrase, but it definitely took me a while to get used to it.
It's not quite like an axe, is it?
No, it is not.
Hmm.
An axe is simple, but I guess magic seems simple to them, so to each their own, I suppose.
Yeah, we don't run out of spell slots, though.
Yeah, I don't know what that means, but yeah.
It's something that I picked up on the road. Well, should probably bed down for now at least and try to keep a watch.
Should we create a fire in here, do you think, Ingwe?
I think he's muted.
Anyway, you gotta come
I
closer in the
can't hear
storm.
you!
Too
The
much
wind is
blizzard.
really strong.
You set the tent up, it'll be nice and warm. Set the tent up inside. I can't make the fire for a little bit. I've got to.
I can do it now. It's
Oh,
alright.
you could.
Yeah,
I
tent
just figured
constantly.
if we're all out here for a while and just keeping watch and getting settled, may as well keep it out here so we can at least keep warm and get some of the snow off there.
Yeah, you can climb up if you're keeping watch. You can climb up on top. It's very solid. It just I just need to keep it solid for about 7.5 more minutes, and then it'll stay here forever.
I'll kick off some snow from the ground and then rub my hands together really quickly, and as I keep rubbing them they start glowing red, and I will cast Create Bonfire in the middle of the space, so it kind of warms up the area inside the little cabiny cavey, like underneath it.
Oh. That's a neat trick too, huh? Well, it's not like doing it the old school way, and you can see that the others, they've been trying to make a bonfire a little bit further away for like 10 minutes, and they're like, fuck it.
Best part is the wind can't put mine out, so come in and keep yourself warm.
Well, I mean, why not? Let's make it easy.
Yeah, if you've got your kindling that you're using, feel free to put it on. It'll catch light, so it'll keep it burning.
Oh, they'll bring it in.
I'm using Create Bonfire to create a real bonfire.
Get some pamphlets out.
Oh, that's a great idea. Just endless, just from the stream of from the opening of the tent.
It's very interesting.
Make a perception check, Celeste.
Perception check.
Yeah.
Natural 3 or an 8.
Oh, good.
Nothing
This
happens.
is working perfectly.
That seems to be burning fine.
I'm going to keep myself warm just in the mouth of the tent for a bit. The bonfire.
I'm also going in the tent. It's warmer in here for some reason, and I like it.
Yeah.
Toasty.
They all come in and sit down. It's a very fancy tent.
Definitely does the
Like it.
trick.
It's impressive. You're very impressive, you and your little group.
I don't mean to be. It's usually for the sake of necessity.
Well, that's when you need it the most, isn't it?
So,
Well, hopefully it will clear up soon and we can continue, but for now at least try to rest a little bit and you can just relax here.
should have a couple of people, perhaps, just keeping an eye out as others are resting. I'd hate to get, I don't know, some sort of snow monster coming out of the wilderness and attacking us or something. Who knows what's out here?
He looks at the two others and they just nod and they go to the edge of the tent and start keeping watch. And the Kalocks themselves, they're outside. They're fine. They don't care.
Frolicking in the snow.
They're just sleeping, really. They're just sitting down. Like they're kind of like the camels. They just sit down and there's a snowstorm. They're like, okay. Okay. Is there anything that you want to do during your unknown long rest?
Probably stay up for a little while. Probably not enough to take a watch, but just kind of chat and things like that before going in and trying to get as much sleep as possible, because this weather is not conducive to happy Celeste.
Fair.
Just bury herself under 3 blankets and under the
Well, you
pillow.
do have the little cocoon as well. That's very warm too.
Bed.
Oh.
John will take a watch at some point, but otherwise, it's just yeah.
I think Ingwe would take the first watch.
Okay.
After doing his spells. That's all right.
Make a perception check for Ingwe.
Ooh, very good, very good. 27.
It is obviously hard to see, but it seems like you're just kind of on a field full of snow around you, and you kind of do a few circles around on some laps, and you can't see anything that seems to be bothering the Kalocks or any issues that arise. It seems to be as quiet as you can imagine, but it's also not a weather where most creatures would want to be out in. So, but no, you're good.
I'm glad I have this cloak. It makes this much, yeah, really good. Oh, anyway, I think I might hit the hay. Oh, it looks like everyone's asleep. Oh. I can't remember who decided that they were doing the next watch.
Sean said.
Oh yeah.
John said he'd take a watch, but
Yep. Oh.
Oh well, I'll wake Mr. John.
Died down much at all?
No, it's been pretty consistent. Yeah, it's weird because like it's still only the afternoon, and yeah, feels like we've been.
Oh, the wind blowing. I thought we went to bed a bit later. All right. Oh.
I suppose we've got to just take the time when we can.
Sure. Head out. Rug up a bit. Climb up on top of the rock thing. Sit down, pull out his axe, and just sort of do some maintenance. Just polish up the axe and that, while he's just keeping an eye on the horizon.
Okay, make a perception check.
22.
22.
Is it a disadvantage because of the storm, or?
No, I'll just say this is a straight hole, even though it's really difficult to see. Doesn't seem to be anything that you can see. Nothing is like high above you or anything like that. So it's just like a flat little plateau, just with a slight incline. There isn't anything moving. There isn't anything that seems to be causing any issues. There's a odd sensation in the air, though. But you can't place it. It's just like something's off. But it's more of a sensation than it is really a sign of any sort.
Like off-putting, or like
It's almost like if you're in a room and you feel like someone's watching you, it's kind of like you have this unknowing thing. It's not like someone's watching you, though. It feels more like something's just not right. You don't quite know. I mean, you don't see anything that happens during your watch that makes you think that something specifically is happening, but there is an odd sensation in the air.
Drekic's eyes.
shit up close, but real good at far. I better get in. Someone got in. Sort of look between Watt and Celeste, trying to figure out which would be better to wake. It's a bad idea to wake up Celeste, he feels, but also,
General.
like, he's still not fully aware of Watt's capabilities. So it's just, you know what, Celeste. Celeste. Sorry to wake you. It's your turn for watch.
The people were doing it.
Yeah, look, I was gonna wake Watt or one of the others, but I didn't see anything out there, but something fell off.
Good.
I trust you more than our total friend right now, so.
I'm taking this though. She's gonna stay in the sleeping bag.
Sure.
But if you want an extra layer, it's warm in here. You can take my blanket that I was given to.
All right, put it over her head like a hood.
Fair. All right.
All right, make my way up to the top.
You can make a perception check as well.
I use my spyglass.
Okay. So you have advantage, technically.
Yes. Yeah,
I mean,
please.
logistically, it probably wouldn't help much in this scenario, but that's fine.
Oh, not that it fucking mattered. Roll a natural 1 and a 7. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 total.
This would be a blizzard.
I see white.
You're having a hard time because it's very blinding as well. You don't seem to see or feel anything. You're not quite sure what John was talking about, but it doesn't seem to be anything currently, at least, causing any kind of disturbance or anything like you pick up on.
I'm going to keep an eye on the K-Logs and see if, just kind of watch what they're doing. Like if they seem like jittery or if they wake up and start looking around, like I'm just going to kind of keep an eye on them as well.
They just kind of sleep, and then every now and then one of them like shaking some snow off, and then that's kind of it. They don't seem to be bothered by anything. But for now, you can all have a long rest without any interference. You can click your buttons.
Yeah.
Rest confirm. Oh yeah, manage spells.
Indeed.
And we drop our rations by 1, yeah?
Correct.
Oh yeah, we do. Yeah.
So the best way is probably just to drop a ration per long rest, to be honest. Makes it easier.
Can Jean spend an additional ration to make snacks for everyone?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's fine. You also already have your own, so I'd say that's fine.
I will do exactly that. Everyone has one of those things again. If you eat it, you get 4 temp hit points until your next long rest. Or until you lose.
No. So morning comes, and it seems like the blizzard kind of have died off a bit. It's still snowing, but it's not quite as painful as it was starting to become before. Nothing seems to have happened during the night. The K-Lux are just kind of waking up slowly too. Seems like a bunny or something like that might have gotten a little bit too close, and they're sharing the meal at the moment. But other than that, nothing has happened. And Sean, you make some breakfast for everyone?
best I can do under the conditions, folks. I call it a snack burrito or ration burrito.
Very well. Well, hopefully we'll get more traveling time out of today. And on that note, I need another person to roll a d20 for me.
Not me. I already did that.
My last two were bad. I don't know if you want to trust me with the third potential bad roll.
Rollies. Highest roll goes next.
Highest roll is what we take.
Yeah. Rolling with advantage amongst the group.
I'm happy for you to take it if you're not sure.
Yeah, whatever comes, yeah. Huzzah! 12.
12. Okay. For now, it seems okay. Tokia and the other two are packing up their stuff, and you're starting to get ready to go. If there's anything specifically you want to do before you start heading off again, that's perfectly fine. Just let me know. If not, they will push on forward the travel to the Uzbeki Mountains, which is the next destination. Not too far off, but probably about another day's travel at this point. As you head off, unfortunately, the blizzard once again starts roaring in. And it doesn't take more than a few hours before it again becomes almost impossible to continue without consequences. So once again, would you like to push through, or would you like to stop again? At this point, you would have been traveling for maybe 5-6 hours. And because of where it ended, this is technically during the night, actually, because you woke up in the morning, traveled for about 6 hours, then you had a long rest for 8 hours. So technically, it's kind of in the night right now, getting close to the morning. In that sense.
Perfect.
Unless you want to wait for the morning and then head off, that's up to you.
I imagine if the blizzard calmed in the early hours and we were rested, we probably would have been like, this is the best time.
But, good.
Wait, what do your boots say? On and off still?
Yeah, the boots the boots say on and off. So I don't know. I'd defer to Torgear more than the boots. You know, like the boots are sometimes good, but
Maybe whoever's on watch just lets us know when the storm goes down, and we just go over there. And
maybe
Yeah.
I feel like we haven't gone very far, and maybe we should travel. We should just try and push through for a bit longer, and then if anyone gets really tired, then we stop then. You know, like if at the moment we're all looking in good spirits, so even though it'll be hard to travel, if we travel a bit and then maybe get, you know, like if we're a bit cold through this, as long as we all can stick together, and I suppose we can talk to each other magically, so that would be the risk in a blizzard like this, would be losing someone, wouldn't it?
I suppose so. Look over to our guides, Odan and Maria.
Yeah, it can be a problem. If you want to push on, we can push on. It's up to you entirely. We're just here as spiritual guides.
Yeah, let's go on for a little bit. I think let's do one more hour, and we'll talk again after an hour, and then if we're still good, we'll keep pushing on. I think we should at least try and travel a little bit, because you never know, it might stop.
I agree. Next thing you know, we're stuck here for the next 4 days doing this on and off, on and off. We've got to make whatever distance we can.
Right.
Okay.
I'll follow your lead then.
Okay, so your decision is to push on.
Mhm.
Okay. You push on through the blizzard, and because of the nature of this, each of you take 1 point of exhaustion automatically, and you all take 7 points of cold damage.
Yeah.
Half if we're resistant.
Yes. And you get another hour in. You probably have traveled for what you would have traveled in half an hour, but you do spend almost double moving through. And as you get to the end of that hour, Toki is like, "Are you sure you want to keep going? This is really bad."
Yeah, maybe it's a little more fucked than I thought. Maybe we should hold up.
I'm cold.
Yeah, I feel we could push on if need be, but I think we'd be risking too much. We don't want to get to our destination and struggle to even.
I think
complete
I'll be
our
an
task.
ice cube if we keep going too far.
Oh, that what guy? He looks like if you stuff a plank up his butt, he would be like a lollipop almost. He's like an icicle right now.
But I have a
Hard to
staff.
envisage.
He comes with one.
But
What time? I mean, it's hard to tell, but Mr. Les, you're pretty good at time. Do you know roughly what time it is now?
What is the time, DM?
I would say, because of the way that it is, you would have traveled for about 7 hours, so it's probably around 6 at night.
Oh, it's
6 in the
nighttime.
morning, technically. So, yeah.
So like 6 a.m.?
6 a.m.
Oh, it's the start of the day. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Cool.
so it's at the end of the night in that sense. Like,
Yeah. Oh, well.
Dawn is just about to break over the horizon. So it's about 6 o'clock in the morning.
How long do you think we're going to stop for? Another proper...
Until this storm subsides, I'd imagine. Or at least until... But there's a slight break in it, or it eases up a little.
I just want to know if you want me to put the stone house up again, the temple to the Stormlord.
Probably save it for now. Save our energy just in case. I think if we can just try and
do
wait it out
fires?
here for as long as possible. I think so. We've got the tent, so...
I don't know if are we going to put the tent up in this storm?
Do we
Wouldn't
know
it
how
risk the
durable
tent?
the tent is? Something like this. Do we know how durable the tent is for something like this, or
it's a magical tent.
Magical.
Oh, the tent would be magically resistant to the storm.
It's also constantly like a good feeling of
Temperature
not
inside.
hot or cold. It's always like a temperature, good temperature.
everyone's
Well-
perfect temperature?
Yeah, okay.
Why
Nah,
don't we
let's-
try? I'll set it up. You ready yourself, and if this thing looks like it's about to take off with the wind, you just bring up that wall, create like a barrier for.
Yeah. Okay.
the wind.
Deal. Do it.
Grab it and carefully fight against the wind.
Flies off.
Yeah. I'm Mary Poppins.
Oh, he did fly 75 feet. You put the tent back up again, and you can feel that the wind isn't so much trying to blow it off, it's more pushing it down. It's like it's kind of at a little bit of an angle. It's going back and forth quite a bit, but the majority of it is pushing downwards on where you are, because you're kind of moving upwards. So the majority of this is coming and hitting you from another angle. So, but put up the tent. It's nice and warm in there.
I think we're good.
Thank God.
Better safe
Right.
than sorry.
Sure.
It's a very unforgiving world out here. So you're right, Mr. Ingway. It's better safe than sorry.
Good to know about the tent, though.
Yeah, I'll cast the Stonewall thing.
Sure.
I will create another bonfire and also, if possible, control flames on it.
Sure. No problem. You set up your camp, you set up your little Stonehenge, and everything seems to be ready for a rest, at least, of one or the other kind.
There's not a lot of room between the stone wall and the tent. From what I remember, Tom saying the tent's about the same size as what I can make the stone wall.
Yeah, it's very similar. I think, in fact, the tent's probably quite a little bit bigger, actually. But that's because it goes like this. But I think, as far as I remember, the size of your stone thing is a little bit. It is quite close, I think. So.
Oh yeah, the tent will stick out the front.
Yeah, maybe. It's not really that super important. I'll just say that it covers it. That's fine. It's just a hollow wall. Whichever. Yeah, you put it up, and you can sit down and rest a little bit. You can see that the human man, he pulls out a little miniature version of a violin, and he starts playing a little tune while he's sitting there relaxing. And the woman sits there next to him and starts braiding his hair. And it seems like they probably know each other very well. And Toki is just standing there looking out into the snow and just scratching his head.
Picked a hell of a time of year to travel.
This is summer. It's always like this. It gets worse.
It's disgusting.
It's complicated. That's why we don't have a lot of cities out here. It's very far between individual settlements, so hopefully everything can be safe.
Is it a problem me putting these tables to the Stormlord everywhere? Will that create maybe a place where undesirable people can attack the city from?
I don't think that's really that big of a problem. I think what you're doing is good. I think you're kind of helping create a path. I don't know how long it's going to stay here because it snows a lot, but at least you have good intent behind what you're doing, and I think that's not something we can diminish. So don't worry about it.
Cool.
If anyone were to attack any settlements, I don't think we have to worry about this little thing. I think it would be a bigger situation we'd be worried about. Anyway, I'm gonna make some soup. He starts making some broth soup or something like that. For anyone who's interested.
I'm interested in broth.
Yeah, it's turtle. I mean, it's squirrel.
Squirrel in this climate. That's impressive.
Yeah, it's probably shouldn't have said that. Yes, it's squirrel.
More surprised by the other thing being in this climate.
Well, it's hard to get it around here, so anyway. Whoever wants some, there's plenty to go around. I just worries me. The weather worries me.
Oh, that fills me with confidence.
Oh, I'm not worried about dying. I'm just worried about how long this is going to take. So, it's been a while since I've been out here. No, we'll see. We'll see. I should sit there patiently waiting. An hour passes. 2 hours. 3 hours. 4 hours. 5 hours. 6 hours. 7 hours.
Just would have fallen asleep.
8 hours. And those of you who need a long rest can have another long rest.
Woohoo!
No more exhaustion.
Yep.
Indeed.
Don't forget
And
to-
between the other three, they would have done watches for you, so nothing seemed to have
Does
happened.
Torgir's soup count as a ration? Or do
It
we
doesn't
have to
count
take
as one of
our
your
own?
rations. He just gives you a ration.
Yes.
In a sense, so it's all good. It's pretty
John
good
will
soup
still-
too. Like it's pretty basic, but it's actually pretty hearty. Definitely made for the weather.
Sweet.
It's the belly with
John will
warmth.
burn one of his rations again to make treats for everyone. He's
Oh,
already
good.
down 10 hit points left for
It's getting up to be nighttime again.
Yeah, so 8 hours after that would have been 12 o'clock, kinda. So 12 a.m. Or is it
Is
called
it
PM?
midnight
It's
or
PM.
midday?
PM. If we
PM.
stopped at 6
Okay.
a.m. and then
Yeah.
8
12
hours
a.m.
would have been 2 p.m.
Oh yeah, sorry, 2 p.m. Yeah. So 2
Oh,
p.m.
Laura, math.
Well, she always knows what time it is.
And when we're
So-
going east.
Well, you know you're going north now. Yeah, so you'll have another long rest, and as you eventually have that long rest, the blizzard seems to die off again a little bit. You get the feeling it's not quite dying off, but it's just moving around in different locations on this island itself. It's constantly there somewhere. You can kind of always see somewhere there's a little bit of snowstorm that's really heavy or a lot of wind, but moves around almost like randomly. So, but you are once again ready to head out for day 3 of what should have been day 1. And I need someone else to roll me a d20.
I'll have a go.
As a heads up as well, during all these rests, Jean's taking every chance to read the prayer book, and he's actually trying to like study now and partake in small rituals and things. Yeah.
7.
7. Okay. It does look like it's clearing up a little bit during the day. And you have a bit of an easier time traveling. You can again make an animal handling check to see how well you do. But this is not to see if you fall off. It's just to see how many times you fall off.
9.
What's still having a bit of a struggle?
10.
8, 10, and Celeste?
19.
19. Celeste is getting the hang of this. She's leaving it to its own device, and she's kind of following the other things. And she's getting every now and then, you kind of steer it in a direction, and it starts actually to follow what you're doing. So either you wore it out, or it wore you out. You're not quite sure what happened, but seems like you're doing pretty well. The rest of them, you just look behind you at one point, you just see all 3 of them just running zigzag among each other, just random directions. And Toki is like, oh, this is going to take a while, isn't it? But
Amateurs.
general travel is actually quite good today. The weather seems to have quieted off a little bit in this region. And you can once again see the 2 towers of the Uzbeki Mountains, which is not far off. If you continue through traveling through the day, you're probably going to get to the base of the mountain a little bit before evening fall. Or if you wanted to travel up the mountain, you can also potentially do that. Maybe try to do that to get some kind of protection from the wind. It's options. It's up to you.
It is though both
I mean-
paths have their pros and cons.
What do you guys think towards our guides?
Well, I mean, if we go to the base of the mountain, we have to go up the mountain and down the mountain, which will take a day. If we go up a little bit, it will take a little bit off tomorrow. Both of the options are fine. It depends on how much you want to do today.
Well, the weather seems to be holding decently now. If we can make as much ground as possible while it's holding, probably be better.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we can.
I'm thinking the same.
There's some places you can camp up there. That's not a big deal. There's some places where you can get a little bit of shelter from the wind, at least. We can do that.
Sure.
Yeah. We'll lead you to the way. And they heads off. And as they do that, we will have a break.
Sweet.
A short little
Making
break,
our way.
and when we come back, we'll see wherever you are going.
Oh yeah.
Sounds good.
Right. See you in about 7 minutes or so.
Woo.
Bye.
See you soon.
Bye.
Make our way through the.
Oh my god, hi! Sorry, I totally didn't see you there. I was too busy hanging out in our Monsters of Mayhem Discord server. Hi, I'm Laura, your friendly neighborhood gremlin, and today I'm here to talk to you about the Monsters of Mayhem Discord server. The Monsters of Mayhem Discord server can be found by typing !Discord over in the chat. Over at the Discord, we do cool things, like tonight's one-shot. That's right, the cast from today's one-shot were plucked from our Discord like an orphan off the street. So if you want to come and hang out and play Dungeons & Dragons, come do that. We also have not streamed one-shots if you don't want to be broadcasted to the entire internet. We also do that as well. Our mods run kind of one-shots and things like that. Or maybe you're looking for people to play your home game, or looking to form a group of players. Come do that as well. You can poach awesome D&D players from our Discord server. We allow poaching, which is really cool. Or maybe you're a gremlin, like me, who stays up way too late looking at the subtly glowing white screen, trying to finish quests in video games, and you are just left counting down the hours until you have to wake up in the morning, just constantly glancing at the clock and trying desperately to finish that quest before the timer runs out, and then you wonder why you're always tired because you stay up until the sunlight starts creeping through the window. If that's the case, we also have games nights every Tuesday. Come along and play group games with us. You also have the chance to win cool prizes, which is really cool, just for showing up. We have like a leaderboard, and if you show up, you get put directly on the leaderboard. And then if you're a pleasure to play with, or if you win the game, you get points, and those points count towards winning prizes, which is really cool. Or maybe you like dogs, and cats, and reptiles, and llamas. I'm totally serious about the llamas. That's the thing. We have really cool photos of those all up on our Discord channel too. So come look at those. And food. Who doesn't like food? We have lots of photos of food. So if you like recipe ideas, come and hang out and look at those. And we also celebrate birthdays. If it's your birthday, we'll be like, it's your birthday. You're awesome. We love you. So come and do that on our Discord channel as well. Or do you like dice? Can I tempt you with dice, maybe? We have this innate urge inside all of us as Dungeons & Dragons players or tabletop RPG players to collect dice and hoard them up like a dragon. And we post photos of those hoards and really pretty dice and links to where you can buy them if you want to strain your bank account. So come do that if you want to be tempted to blow your life savings. Maybe you play Dungeons & Dragons and have a really cool character concept, or tabletop RPG, really cool character concepts, and you want to share those character concepts with people who will totally nerd out with you about those. Come do that. Or maybe you have a home game and you have this really cool plot point that you want to talk about. Come do that. We really want to hear those stories as well. Just don't let Tom hear any of them because we don't want to give him any ideas, because for reasons. So yeah. Come hang out in the Discord server. Lots of really cool people. We're all really friendly. And if you're not friendly, you get a ban. So it's moderated. It's really active. Come hang out with us. We really want to hang out with you. So yeah,
do that. Hang out with us. That's it. That's the ad. That's all I have to talk about. I mean, I can keep talking if you want me to. Do you want me to keep talking? I can. What can I talk about? I can talk about that. Oh, that weird growth that I found living under our kitchen sink. That's a cool story. Oh, or I can tell you the story about how Tom found rats and they were like stealing his forks, which is apparently a true story. Like the fork thief. That's really cool. Or I could talk about the time in the campaign where we realized that the big bad evil guy all along was actually this guy named...
Monsters and Mayhem is sponsored by Miniporium.net, a huge selection of highly detailed miniatures for any tabletop role-playing game. Check out the beautiful miniatures, and if you use the code MAYHEM, all capital letters, at checkout, then you receive a 30% discount.
The following ad read was written by artificial intelligence, also known as AI. We here at Monsters and Mayhem do not endorse any outlandish or nonsensical statements as written by this robot, but we hope you enjoy nonetheless. Hi there. Do you love Dungeons and Dragons? We do too, what a coincidence. That's why we created Monsters and Mayhem, the Twitch channel for all of your tabletop RPG needs. Our campaigns are sure to get your heart racing, and our other content is sure to keep you entertained for hours on end. So come and join us today. Do you have what it takes to be a monster? Subscribe to our Twitch channel to share the love and gain eternal power and immortality. With new videos every week, you'll be able to learn everything there is to know about being a monster. We've got you covered, so come over and join the mayhem. It's been a blast exploring all the gory details of monster mythology with you. I hope you had as much fun as I did. If you want to keep the fun going, you can use your Amazon Prime account to get a free subscription to our channel, or become a hero and gift a sub to another follower. Thank you for staying tuned, and until next time, stay scared!
So
Huzzah.
we killed Celeste in the meantime, so it's only going to be 3 of us.
She froze to death.
Got lost in the blizzard.
It's pretty cold out there. Are you pooping? So, for now at least, you continue your journey and you start heading up the mountain. These creatures seems to be really good at navigating this sort of terrain, so it does most of the work for you. After this point, they're not trying to be fussed about anything. So you travel for the majority of the evening, and then you end up having to bed down for the night once again. At this point, you're probably around... let me just have a look. Yeah, you're pretty much halfway up the mountain at this point, and there's a good little kind of... It's like a crevice where you can kind of have a camp in the middle there. There's some trees and some stuff, but It's a place where you can definitely have a camp that keeps you a little bit out of the wind, just for the night at least. And they say that that's probably as good a spot as any.
Did we get a solid amount of travel in this one compared to?
You got a full day's
others,
travel
or did,
once.
enough. Okay, yeah, so it was a full. Cool.
Yeah. So you were delayed a little bit, and the first 1 day's worth of travel actually ended up taking 3. So you're 3 days in now, I think. 3. The first 2, 3. So yeah, you're starting on the 4th tomorrow. That'll be the 4th day of travel tomorrow. But for now, you bed down, or at least you can if you want, and make camp.
I'll set up the stone house.
Oh, look, it's like home.
Very well. Set up the stone house.
Didn't you say there was a cave?
Oh no, not a cave, just kind of a crevice of some sort.
Okay.
Not so much a cave. It's still in the open, but there's a place where there can be caves. If you want to go investigate, you can go have a look.
I'm
But that's
looking
up
for
to you.
my home. I'll have a little look.
I do want to go if you said there's trees. I do want to go and collect nuts and pay attention to the trees and talk to them. I don't want to hear what they're saying, but I'll go and introduce myself.
Okay. Yeah. There's some trees. They look like weathered and stuff, but they're still alive. Like, it's not like they're dying trees. They're okay. It's just winter. There's bushes with some nuts and stuff. The majority of the trees here is pine cone trees, like normal pine trees. Some of them are definitely growing at certain angles depending on like the weather. So some of them are like in odd directions, but yeah, not a problem.
I rolled a 17 investigations. I used one of my divine inspiration things.
Okay. You can find some caves here and there. Some of them look like large, open, almost like wind tunnels, where it just goes through and comes out somewhere else. It doesn't look like it's a cave system. There is some signs of people who have probably had camp here before. You don't find anything suspicious out of what you can see around you, at least. But there's caves here and there. Some of them have like little drips of water coming down from melting ice and stuff like that. But yeah.
I found some caves that seem to have some like fresh water stuff in it. Do we want to set up camp in there, or do we want to set up camp in the castle?
What size was your castle again, sorry, Ingwe? What is the dimensions of it? I forgot.
So it's 10 by 10 foot panels, which are arranged. I've just got them in a circle. I think we talked about it last time. So it'd be 10 foot, be 15 foot high, basically in the shape of the tent.
D&D, the home for all engineerings.
Like the circumference is 50 foot, not the diameter, which would make the diameter, I don't know, someone that's good at maths.
Isn't the diameter r squared?
All good. Sure. Is there anything else that you would like to do during your bunkering down?
Nothing in particular from Celeste.
Sean's reading?
Yep.
Okay.
Learning.
Okay.
John will actually pray as well.
Okay.
Like, he'll try to pray amongst the storm and that. He's gonna try to pray out.
Okay. Is there anything particular you're asking in the prayer, or what are you trying to convey the message?
Nothing particular. He's just gonna sort of like it's almost like a trial run for him. Like he's trying to take in whatever he can learn from the book that seems like it would be a tradition of some kind, or any words, opening words that might be said in prayer to the Storm Lord, things of that nature, and just try to keep it as like to the book, almost like reading a prayer from the book itself. And just doing that aloud.
Sure. Okay. You feel it's a bit odd doing this because you're not really, like you say, used to it. But I mean, you can't really be bad at praying, can you? I'm not quite sure, but I mean, you think you did pretty well. But you also know that all the gods have been silent for a bit. Like you haven't talked to Baal for a while and stuff. So it's probably they probably heard it. You get the idea.
I'm sure this worked. Right? Do it upside down. No.
Is this thing on?
Feedback. Yeah. Then John will sit back down, put it away, try to rest.
Sure thing. Alrighty. No one else particularly want to do something, as far as I can understand.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
No, not really. Just watching everyone and seeing how they're doing.
Okay. So, who's doing the first watch?
I'll do a watch. I didn't do a watch yesterday. It was a very nice sleep, actually.
That's true, you didn't.
Oh, let's not see. 11.
Okay, sure. Well, is there anything particularly you're doing while you are having your rest? Or are you just kind of looking out while you're doing that?
Just looking around, rocking. I'll find like a little rock seat and just my staff there, just.
Okay.
And that's all I'm doing.
Okay. So you're just kind of sitting there, hanging out, doing nothing. That's
looking
cool.
left and right.
Looking left and right. Okay. So, armor class 19 to hit you. Sorry, armor class 20 to hit you. Armor class 16 to hit you. Armor class 13 to hit you. And 20 to hit you. And a natural 1.
The 220s hit. The rest of it misses.
So you're sitting there in your own little world, and then suddenly you take 5 points of piercing damage as this hail of arrows just lands straight on top of you. And I need you all to roll initiative.
Ah, shit! What? Ow! Help!
Let's jump to this one.
With us being unconscious, do we have like disadvantage on initiative, or?
I wouldn't say so. I don't think there's a necessity in doing that. You're already.
What is pretty screechy?
A small child who just had their candy stolen. All right, let me just open this one here. So 8 from Ingwe.
Really cementing John's trust in me for watches right now.
And what did Celeste get?
14 total. Rolled a 9.
14. Okie dokie.
And all right, time to crack out my silvery barbs.
Did what get?
I got 10.
10.
Nice.
Good old neg 1 to initiative there.
There you go. And what about John?
Jean got a 25. In addition, Jean has the alert feat, which means he cannot be surprised.
While you're conscious.
So, correct, yep. I was literally about to scroll down to that and be like, I'm just checking if there's anything else on that. Then, yeah, first thing that's there.
It wouldn't help you when you're sleeping, unfortunately. But yeah, absolutely. That would definitely kick in normally. Okay,
you just surprised that what's suddenly screaming.
I'm just putting everything into the right order here. Just copy paste is slow. And let me just roll 1 to make it easier. That is a 15. Cool. problem. Okay. And that there, and let me just roll one for that. That's 1. Okay, great. So. Okie. So, at the top of the round, Sean, you wake up to the sound of feeling like a stung pig.
That's no pig. That's what? Everyone get up! I think shit's going down! And I will pop up, which if I was lying down, I assume prone, so half my movement. And John will, you can't see outside, so first thing he's going to do is go to the entrance, stick his head outside, and look around to see if he can see anything.
Okay. So, you can, oh, that's the wrong button. Why is that doing that? I want to do that. So, you can get to the entrance, and you can see out. And you can see 5 little dots in the snow that seems to be poking up with arrows, and it looks like goblins.
Woohoo! Whereabouts am I looking at? The ones to the southwest of me, or to the
Northeast? Northeast. So you can
Okay.
see these 5 goblins, kind of poking out of the snow, wearing little furry pieces of clothing that they probably took from someone else.
Yep. Okay. That's the only ones Jean can see. It's just a small group. We should be able to deal with them quick, and they'll run to the winds. So Jean will move as close as he can to them, assuming he cannot get there all the way. He is going to action to dash.
So you've already moved there, so that will be a take you to there. Oh, thank you for this update.
Hey, thanks, Dizzy.
Right, so you can see these 5 little goblins looking at you, and they're like, he's coming out! What are you doing?
Just running right over to them. I will bonus action rage. I'm just waiting for the stream to update so I can see how far away I am.
So you only have 30 feet of movement, right?
Correct, yeah, 30 feet. So,
yeah, so you got up, move half to the door, and then from the door to there, that's where you can get with another action of movement.
Okay.
It's another 30 feet from there.
Yeah, I will bonus action rage, and I will action surge and launch Lysenriel.
Go for it.
All right. Action surge. Okay, Lysenriel, let's go. I'm gonna, whichever one's closest to me. Jean's just going for ease of range and all that sort of shit. So first attack is not a good roll, but I'm hoping there's shit with AC. 16
hits.
No, yes, 16. Yeah, sweet. 4, 7 slashing damage. And that individual speed has been reduced by 10 feet until the start of my next turn.
Okay.
I then Lysenriel back, catch it, spin 360, and launch again, same target for a higher 19.
Hits.
For an additional 6 points of slashing damage.
And he's dead.
He's very slow now. He's got less than 10 feet. Sweet, and that'll be my turn.
Love goblins.
He just drops. So that is your turn. Now it is everyone else's turn.
Woo.
So these 5 close in on Sean. And they draw out these little short swords instead. And 2 more move up onto these rocks and start shooting into the compound. And these 5 down here also move up on these rocks and starts shooting cross shot bows. And these ones are moving into, and they're just all kind of shooting over the walls, trying to hit anything. And same with
I
these
haven't
guys.
communicated that. Like, the building that you've drawn up bigger than I thought. The building has a roof.
Right. Okay. So they will not do that then. They will instead try to move around here towards Sean.
Yeah, so it's basically in terms of the spell, what you've drawn is too big, a little bit, by but I mean, not that it matters that much. But yeah, it's like an actual building with a doorway. Like, we can't get out. We're trapped
Right.
if someone were to trap us in.
That's all good.
The walls have a hit points of 90
That's okay.
hit points.
So the doorway I have positioned here because
Yeah,
that's where
cool.
Sean went up.
Yep.
And the doorway is open. So these 5 at least will shoot in. These 3 will shoot at Ingwe, and these 2 will shoot at Ingwe, and these 3 will shoot at Merida. So let me just do that. The first 3 a 17 to hit, and the other ones are bullshit.
Yeah, they'll hit. I'll have like 11 armor class at the moment.
Okay, you take 3 points of piercing damage as you get hit right in the shoulder by a short bow arrow. And let me use the other 2 there. That is a horrible miss as well. Yeah, that's pretty much them for now. They can't really do much. Oh, sorry, the ones attacking Sean. I need to attack Sean too. So let me. So that's 4 of them. So an 18 to hit, a natural 1, 11, and 6.
All miss. John's back to his armor and he's got his shield, so 19 AC right now.
They're just jumping around like wild creatures, just trying to stab you, trying to hit you, and you can just hear them kind of like playing the drums on your armor, but it's not a problem. I haven't even hurt you. Yeah, so... Oh, I forgot one here, apparently. Oh, no, that's the other one. Never mind. And then there is 2 of them that's going to try to take a shot at you, even though you're in melee. So the first one is going to be a horrible miss. Second one is going to be... Oh, a 19 to hit. Is a miss, is it?
No, 19's my AC, so that is a hit. I don't know if it triggers because it's a ranged attack, but if an attack from a creature within 5 feet of you meets your AC, target takes 1d10 lightning damage? No, so the creature has to be within 5 feet of me to trigger the shield, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So you get hit and take 3 points of damage as a short bow arrow hits you for once. Like, I got him! Look! He's gonna taste good! Mm.
That's half to 1 because I'm raging, right?
Yeah. No biggie. Yep, all good. Yeah, so that is... Oh, that is the wrong one. That is their turn. And next up we have Celeste.
What the hell is going on out there? As I take my entire turn to get myself out of all my blankets and my sleeping bag, and it's like all my movement, I would assume. Like trying to get up and get out. And I will use my action to dash to the doorway.
Okay. Whoop. You're now at the doorway.
I think that's fair to use all my movement to get up because I assume that I am covered in things.
That's fair.
And I'm going to just have a look out and see what I can see and wait until my next turn to do
See
things.
a whole bunch of goblins. You probably see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 goblins, 1 dead on the ground elsewhere, so 11 goblins technically.
Oh crap. What a wake up call. Everyone to arms. It's my turn.
Very well.
Nonchalantly. Everyone comes.
Next up, we have.
Actually, as a bonus action, I'll call out to John and go, John, you look like you've got this. Just keep them off of us for the time being. Can I give you a bardic inspiration of a bonus action?
See a thumbs up in the middle of this, like dodging goblins.
Next up, we have what?
What? But by the way, I think should I be outside of the building if I was keeping watch?
Yeah, technically you should have been outside there, so you would have been right outside here, maybe. Like that?
Okay. Let's just wait for the stream to show me where I am. But basically, what is gonna do is he's gonna try and find the nearest group of creatures that are not have an ally mixed up with them.
Yes. So either that's the 5 in front of you that just took a shot at Ingwe, or the 5 to your right.
I'll do the 5 in front of me, and I'll just launch a good old fireball at him.
Okay. What is the DC on your save? Actually, how much damage do that do?
That do 8d6.
8d6. 8d6. I mean, it's technically possible. It's technically possible. Roll damage just to see.
5, 1, 1, 6, 4, 6. Yep, they did.
So, what is the total?
4, 5, 1, 6, 4, 6. 5. 3, 4, 5, 1, 1, 6, 4, 6, 5. What does all this equal up to? An excellent question.
Sounds like you're using ChatGPT. With these numbers, what is the total?
Mom.
Mom, what?
I have questions.
30.
30, okay. It doesn't matter. They don't have to do any saves. They're all dead.
Excellent.
Woo.
Take
They
that,
don't really
you
have a lot of
bastard.
points, so. Why can I do this? Do.
And then for my bonus
Or-
actions, because I can.
Rations pre-cooked.
You want to eat that? Go for it.
I would like to Misty Step. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, I don't need the Misty Step. I'll just walk 10 feet forward.
Okay. No problem.
Okay, I got some. How are you doing, John?
And that's my turn.
Another thumbs up.
Oh, good. So that is your turn.
Yep.
And then we have Ingwe.
Ah! Ow! Ah! What the heck's going on? What can I see? I can't see anything. I'm gonna get up.
I'll tell you that you probably saw what blow them up with the fireball because they were shooting at you before. So
All
you
those
see,
guys in front of us.
yeah, you see these 5 goblins like, choo,
Yeah.
choo, choo, and we almost got them.
Okay. So I'm gonna get up and I'm going to use my action because I'm not sure what's going on to cast Aura of Vitality.
Mhm.
And then I'm going to use my bonus action to turn into a giant scorpion.
Okay, what size is the giant scorpion?
Just large.
Just large.
Yeah.
So that's the.
I would have used my movement to get out first, because otherwise I would block the door.
Yes, that's fair. No problemo. Right, you're outside now. You're a large scorpion.
Large scorpion.
So as you come out, you can see that there's 4 of them fighting Sean. 1 is splattered on the ground, not far away. There's a group of 5 that are heading towards Sean. 2 on some rocks shooting at Sean. There's 2 more to your left, and it looks like another group of 5 coming from the left.
Yep, that's me.
That's you. Okie dokie. So, one of them seems to be moving differently than them. And he is going to... he's going to move up here. And he's going to cast a very powerful spell. Which misses. So you see a firebolt fly past you anyway. And hit the wall behind you pretty much. And that is its turn. And then we have your compatriots, who are also very confused at what is going on right now. But she runs outside and she takes 2 shots. And one of them hits. And where's the D8? And she kills one of the goblins as well. Blah. So that one's also dead. Trying to cross them off. And he is also going to run out. He doesn't really have enough movement to get to anywhere, but he's going to stand next to the giant scorpion. And Tokir is running out too with his giant hammer in his hand. He's like, show me the danger! Arrgh! And you can see that he is angry a lot. So, that is their turn for now. So we're back to Sean.
Danger's here. Jean is going to. It's switching my weapons free action, correct?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, okay. Jean's gonna, as he's ducking and weaving in that, he's gonna pop Lysandriel into the one side, swing the shield back onto his back, duck underneath an attack that's incoming, reach up, grab the big axe from his back, take a swing with the thunder axe, and he's going reckless.
Go for it.
So he's good. He's not bad. 22.
Yeah, definitely hits.
It's two-handed. He's no longer got a shield though, so his AC's dropped, which is fine.
All the wearing armor, like Minecraft armor right now.
Yeah, exactly. And that is only 6 slashing damage. That's all right.
6 slashing damage.
6 slashing damage. And as he takes a wide arc, which again he'll just target whichever one is. Yeah, I don't know. You can choose. And then he's just going to relentlessly attack that same one until they're gone. So second attack comes in, but I have advantage because I was a natural 1 and a 15 for a total of 21.
Hits.
Dealing better 11 points of slashing damage.
He did.
Nice.
He just splatters on the ground like. Bleh!
And that will be that. John's just swinging.
Okay. So that means it is their turn up. Let me just double check. Yes, so it's their turn. So there is 3 left on you, Sean. That's going to attack you. That is a 14, a 18, and a 20.
18 and a 20 hit.
Wow, I'm very surprised that I actually managed to land any. So that is 12 points of slashing damage from the 2 individual attacks in total.
Half to 6, right?
Yeah, still reaching.
My 10 hit points are gone.
And these ones are running up, so this one's running up to attack you too. This one as well, so that one has advantage.
Oh,
this one's attacking her.
They all had advantage because I went reckless.
Oh, okay. Well, I already did hit with 2. Let me just try the last one. Last one would have missed anyway, so that's fine. And he's just gonna run up here, and he's gonna run around the corner, and he's gonna see this giant scorpion, and he's gonna be like, ah! And he's gonna run away again. did not intend. He did not see that coming out. And these two are going to try to shoot at the giant scorpion. So 2 attacks towards the scorpion. Oh, I think my sound just died there. So 2 attacks on the scorpion is a 2 and a 3 for a 4 and a 3. So that's a miss. 1 is against. That's a natural 1. So the one next to the female ranger you have with you drops his sword into the snow and he can't find it. One's attacking Sean with advantage, which is a 14 to hit, which is a miss, I think.
I feel kind of bad for these guys.
And there's another one, which is an 18 to hit. An 18 to hit Sean.
Sorry, yes, my apologies. I kept muting and I was... Yep.
So 5 damage for 2 then, I guess.
Sweet.
So that's that one there. One is going to run over to Ingwe and be like, I'm gonna kill this thing. And he's gonna attack. Oh, natural 20 from a goblin. For a total of 11 points of damage to the scorpion. The last ones here are gonna run up. And they're gonna.
This goblin's name
see
is.
this.
Was that 11 points of damage in more than one attack?
Just one attack.
Just one attack.
Yeah, it was just a critical hit from a cop. And then these 5 are gonna shoot at the human guy, I think, because he looks dangerous with his shield.
I just got to roll concentration, so that's why I was checking.
Yep, okay. Wow, that's the worst roll of my life. Yeah, never mind. So you just see like 5 volleys of arrows go for this human ranger that you have with you, and it just goes like you see in Pulp Fiction, where he's just like, "What?" It's just arrows everywhere, forming a silhouette around him, but nothing hits. And that is their turn. Oh, that's one of them. No, I didn't. I already tried that. So yep, that's all good. That is their turn for now. Next up, we have Celeste.
So I'm going to try and get high ground by going to the top of the tower that we're on.
It's over, Anakin.
Okay. Right. You crawl up on the tower.
So I'm going to go up to the top. Sorry. And then I'm going to see the guy that tried to hurl a spell and clock onto him from where I'm standing from the top.
Yes.
I'm going to go, I think you meant to do this, and I'm going to firebolt that guy.
Make an attack.
That is a 19 to hit.
Hits.
Where are my d10s? 2. Oh, nice! I got an 8 and a 10 for... No, a 9 and a 10 for 19 points of fire damage.
He just dies. He just kind of takes the hit, and then he's about to say something, and his head just kind of falls off. And that's the end of Claudius the Slayer.
I'm very powerful.
Just like
This was a cantrip.
yeah,
I feel our power's growing.
he definitely got obliterated by that.
Remember
No
when
problem.
goblins were scary?
That's my turn. I'm going to just stand there, be like, oh, a little bit shocked that worked.
Dead as a doorknob. That was your turn.
It's me.
Next up, we have what?
Hi there. Well, there's a group of goblins on the left there that looks like they could take a fireball without hurting any of us.
Yeah, that's possible.
I think that's what's going to do.
Okay. Can you roll damage first, just to see if you roll under 10?
Oh, I think
It is
it'd be easier
possible,
if I just
technically.
jump on D&D Beyond at this point. 1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Roll. That's a lot of dice. 28.
Another nuclear warhead goes off.
Ah, the heat is amazing. You guys should try this.
It smells like burned flesh and dead people. Oh, don't know how I made him invisible, but whatever. There you go. Just all of these, tagging them as dead. As
You
dead.
can just select them and click delete if you want.
Oh, I know. That was just more like for reference, so I know where they are. That's it. Oh, good. They all just explode, and you just see someone added an enemy as a reward. Did you see that?
They did. It was disease.
That is interesting. That is interesting.
Dizzy.
I'm gonna think about that one. But for now, at least, you just see these 5 goblins just like, we're gonna get him now. And they just fly into the air and just get catapulted somewhere. You're not quite
My
sure where,
arrows are
but
better.
it's everywhere. You can see everywhere you look, it's either blood, guts, or just burned snow. But yes, at least for now.
Fire arrows at me while I'm trying to have a nice, peaceful evening.
Unfortunately, because of the noise, something was sleeping underneath the snow, apparently.
Dizzy, what have you done? What have you done, Dizzy?
And a wild boar, seemingly having had a nap underneath the snow, wakes up and charges towards what?
Oh dear. Let me start making another character.
And that is an 8 to hit. Sorry, no, that's not an 8. That's that's a 12 to hit what?
No.
Nope. So it
12.
just misses you, but it is trying to gore you. And now you have a ball right in your face.
Oh,
Thank you, Dizzy. Thank you for the assist. See if we can get another one of his characters, right?
Extra rations!
There's not a 3. Yeah, now we have a ball as well on the playing field. That's your turn, what?
Yes.
Yes. So, Ingwe, Captain Scorpio.
The only person who's taken damage is John, right?
You got shot. He got attacked.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
took
yeah.
that. I mean, you took damage as well as the Scorpion.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I
I'll
don't
just-
think Celeste
okay.
got hit with anything.
John's
No.
too far away anyway.
Hmm.
I'm going to heal the Scorpion with my aura, and then I'm going to attack. I think I'm going to attack with my left clipper. I'm going to attack the Goblin.
Go for it.
Like 20 something to hit.
Definitely hits. It's like almost walking into it.
9 points of piercing damage, and he is grappled.
Okay. He looks pretty fucking hurt, but he's like, shouldn't have gotten out of bed this morning.
Then I'm going to use my other claw to grab the boar,
Okay.
and I've rolled a natural 20.
Definitely hits the ball.
So that's 12 points of piercing damage.
Okay, so the ball's actually still up.
And then I'm probably not going to hit with the last one. But the stinger is a 12 to hit.
On the ball?
Hmm.
I believe that's a hit. Let me just have a look here.
Oh, it's a hit as well.
I don't think a ball has that much. I thought it was 11. So you hit.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Hmm.
He takes 6 points of poison damage and has to make a con save, otherwise he's poisoned.
Right. So now he's dead. So you killed the ball with that little attack because it doesn't have that much hit points. But...
And the goblin is in the other claw.
He's like, let me go.
DC 12 to escape.
Well, is that at the end of your turn or at the start of their turn? Sorry, you muted yourself again.
He would have to use his action to try and escape.
Okay. Well, that's on his turn.
But he can attack and stuff, he just can't move. Because he's in the claw.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. That's your turn? Okay. Now it is. He's dead, so it's not him. Sean, you're up.
Oh, yeah. All right. Jean's just swinging at everything in front of him. He's just continuing with what's around. Reckless attack. The next one that looks the juiciest.
So one of them has a nose ring that looks like it's probably one of the ones you normally have on a cow, but he's put it on himself, but it's like this big, and it doesn't look intentional that it's supposed to go around the mouth, but he looks like he's repurposed that at least.
John's gonna get the beard of his axe and try hook it on that thing. And just yank.
Sure.
Just tear it out of his nose. Reckless attack.
New fear unlocked for certain people out there.
Natural 20.
Pop.
That is 12. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm supposed to be adding my rage damage on top. Okay,
True.
so 12 slashing damage, plus 4 to 16, plus 2 points of lightning damage. So a total of 18 damage there, plus it's a critical hit, which means they have a grievous wound. So until the start of my next turn, the target has disadvantage on all attacks, which, yeah.
Okay, so you wheel it in and you pop the ring off and you're like, hey, and then you realize there was a whole head that came off. And it just, you can just see the eyes are just like, bzz, 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 bzz. And he is definitely dead.
Flick it off and throw it at one of the allies at the next attack. For 24 to hit.
Definitely hits.
For a total of 8 slashing damage.
Okay.
That second individual, I'm going to do my slasher feat, so their speed is reduced by 10 feet in case they try running.
And how much did you say the damage was? 8?
8 for that one.
Okay, so one of them has taken 8 damage by getting another head chucked at his face. And you can see that this guy also has like facial piercings, and as this head hits him, the other piercing interlocks with his, and now he just has another goblin head hanging off his own head. It's like, ah! And he's just screaming.
That's just... Oh, yeah. I'm sorry.
Which head's making the noise?
Both of them right now.
Yeah, that'll be my turn.
Sure. So now whatever is left for them to turn. So there is so they all have actually technically advantage on you because you're reckless, right?
Correct, yeah.
So
except the dead one.
The dead one.
Technically he has advantage on being dead.
Yes.
A 19 for the first one.
Yep.
And a unnatural 20 for the second.
Yep.
That's an 8, so that's miss.
Mm-hmm.
And that's only 3 of them. The other ones are dead. Oh, there's 4. So 19. So 3 of them actually hits. I'm very surprised with these shit stats. And this guy is going to. I'm just going to move him. Oh, he's still alive. I'm going to move this guy over here, and then this guy's going to rock over and step on top of his friend and try to attack you as well for a 15.
15 misses.
Okay, so you take 15 points of damage, which is then 7 pure agent. And let me just see here. Draw a rectangle. Is there a way to? Okay.
I'm always reaching.
I'll just move him over here just because I can't see the difference now. Okay, so this one's splattered. He's dead. That one's dead. There's 2 of them that are shooting. They're shooting at the giant scorpion. That is a 19 to hit the scorpion. I think that hits.
I think so as well from memory.
7 points of piercing damage to the scorpion. Another one horribly misses. So these are dead. And this guy's also dead. They're all wiped out. There's not enough there. There's one with 1 hit point who's trying to break free. He's using his action for a 12. Oh, actually, that's -1, so 11.
He's not free.
He's not free?
He's not free.
Okay, he's still stuck there. He's like, hey, get away! I just wanna eat something. And that is pretty much that. Next up, we have Celeste.
I am going to try and aim for one of the goblins that are hitting surrounding John. Try and clear his path a little bit, give him a little bit of breathing room.
Just delete all the ones that are dead now, because now it's getting confusing.
And I'm assuming 17 plus 7 will hit.
Yes.
A 6 and a 10. 16 points of fire damage.
Okay, so this one here also horribly gets splattered. Let me just draw a thing. And he's also toasted. Okay. He just literally just explodes.
Keeping it simple.
Oh, good. And that is you.
It's me.
Yep. Next up we have what?
I don't feel as stressed at the moment.
What was
I
that?
saw all the numbers and then I was like, oh, I seem to be dropping like flies.
Oh. Is that his... I just got this piggy in front of me now. Don't like that.
It's dead.
Oh, he's dead. Oh.
Yeah,
never mind.
yeah. It's already been capped.
Pork roast here, everyone.
Extra rations.
I'm going to move one step down. And then I'm going to try my new spell that I picked up. That I've never heard of before until now. But
See, that sounds interesting.
Be careful with those spells.
It's probably one of your rocks again.
I'm going to cast Aganza's Scorcher, which is a 30-foot line that is 5 foot wide. Straight at the 2 goblins attacking Jean right next to him.
Is that a real spell?
It says it's coming from the Elemental Evil Player's Companion, page 150.
Never heard of it.
Neither.
Oh well, let's go with it. So how long was it?
30 feet.
So it's 30 feet long, and how narrow?
5 foot, so just 1 square.
Okay, so you're trying to hit the 2 next to Sean? Or?
Yes. Okay. And they take 3d8 damage, half as much on a successful save of 16 dex.
Roll the damage first. See if it's even possible.
3d8 equals 9.
Oh. It's not plus anything? Anything?
Nope.
Oh, okay. I'll make some saves. What is the DC on the saves?
The DC is DC 16.
Nope. That's a nope and a nope. But they only take 9 damage.
Yes.
Then.
I rolled shit.
Wow, I'm so surprised.
And then I would telekinetic shove the closest one into the furthest one.
I'd say that probably does 1 point of damage. I'd say that they just died from that. Like,
they stand there, they're all charcoal.
Sorcerer, he can't even kill us.
All right, I helped, John. Also, that probably felt warm.
That was toasty on my behind. Thank you.
It's just confetti, like there's spray paint all over Sean's buttocks right now.
And that's
That's you. Anyway, you're up with a struggling goblin.
I will speak telepathically use my action to speak telepathically to the goblin and say in common. So if you can't speak common, he doesn't understand what I'm saying. I'm going to say, I think you need to surrender, friend. It was a bad idea attacking us. Surrender or die.
Yeah, just let me go and I'll leave.
I will not let him go, but I will heal him for 9 points of healing.
It's never felt better. Right.
And that's all my actions. Actually, I'm going to move. I'm going to take the goblin into the house.
Okay. Whoop. All good. That's your turn.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So next up we have Sean once again.
Woo! Gonna do what John does. Swing, swing, swing at the ones in front.
So there's 2 left on you.
Yeah. I will go again. Doesn't bother me which one. Reckless. Swing. 16.
Hits.
For 6 slashing damage.
Okay, so he's still alive. I'll do this one, so 6. Oh wait, no, he's actually dead then, because he's already taken 8 points of damage.
Yeah.
I changed the color of this to red, that would be so much cooler.
Is it the one whose head got attached with the
I
head?
can't. There we go. Yes, so. That didn't even change the color. What? Why did that not save? That's so weird. Doesn't want to make me like a bad one. Weird. Why is this not working? There we go. Now it's red. Splat. Okay. What did you say, sorry, about the other one?
The other one, so if that one died, I immediately took another swing, which I assume hits as well with a 23.
Definitely hits.
And that is 9 points of slashing damage. And I will put the slowing effect on them if they're not dead.
Okay, so he's not dead. He's looking pretty hurt. Might draw a little bit of blood around him here. That probably hurt. Okay. I think you muted yourself.
Yes, I did. Can I use my bonus action to just sort of try to intimidate this guy? Basically, like, hit him, immediately turn to him, and just go, "You want to be spared? You'll tell us who sent you."
Sure, make an intimidation check. I'd say with advantage because he's pretty fucked up. And you guys have literally just blown them out of the world.
Sweet. Straight intimidation, or am I using like physical? Can I use my athletics?
You can do that if you want to.
You can scare me. That is an 18.
He looks right back into you with his dead cold eyes and says, "I'm not afraid of you. I've seen cows bigger than you."
All right.
Apparently, natural 20 on the resistance roll.
John just sort of like looks at all the corpses of his brethren around and just shrugs his shoulders.
It's not quite computing.
Okay. Yeah, that'll be my turn.
Okay, so what is left of my minions here? So the guy who got beat up is attacking you, and you're still reckless, so he's at an advantage, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that is a horrible miss. And one on this woman, which is a miss. And the one in the hut is going to try to break free, which is a 2. And then there's these 2 here. Oh, back to that.
Is he trying to break free of the grasp? He's not surrendering.
He's trying to break free, but he's not attacking you.
Yeah, okay.
And so one is going... they're both going to attack Sean, to be honest. So that is... Wow. Nope. Never mind. So that's their turn there. Next up, we have Celeste.
Rinse and repeat. I'm going to aim for the one directly in front of Jean.
Sure.
17.
Hits.
No. Well, okay. It was more than that, but
That's fine.
9 and a 3 for 12 points of fire damage.
This explosion just hits you right in front, Sean, and you just get bathed in, I'm guessing, reddish blood. I'm have to look that up. But yeah, you just have like a blood spray across your face.
I like the idea. Just like, I'm not afraid of you. I've seen cows tougher than.
Oh, that wasn't actually him. That was a different one.
So his friend to the side just.
Look, the reinforcements are coming! Explodes immediately.
Excellent.
That's me. How'd you know that was me?
Rinse and repeat, right? Very well. What, you're up?
Oh, there's only one left in front of Jean. Oh.
There's 2 in front of Sean and 1 in front of the other woman that are helping you, the ranger.
There's 2 in front of Jean?
Yeah, so the one
There's that
towards
red
the
mark
left
on the other one.
is not dead, and the one at the bottom there is not dead.
Well, the one directly in front of me that's on the corner of Jean, I'm just going to fire a bolt.
Fire away.
Does a 12 hit?
No! You miss! Someone missed!
Alright, I think I'd better start going easy on these. Bah! Oh, too easy.
He's wearing this almost like Spartan-like helmet, and then you shoot at him, and he just turns at the wrong time, and he just hits, boing, just flies straight off, and he's like, "Oh, Mom, is that you?"
Good luck, John. He's just gonna stay there.
Very well. Okay. Anyway.
I'm going to use my action to try and convince him to surrender if he's still trying to escape. I'm going to say, you stay still. You're a prisoner now, and I might let you go if you surrender. Stop trying to escape.
Okay, make an intimidation check with advantage. What the fuck? This is so stupid. This is so stupid. Oh my god. What did you get?
Intimidation?
Yeah.
Not persuade. Intimidation. Where's intimidation? Oh, yeah. 19.
No! Actually. No, you wouldn't. No, I won't. That's the worst.
Did you nat 20 this?
Yeah, I did. Both times. I don't know how this is even possible. Yeah, so no, he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to stop. He's still trying to escape.
Okay.
The dumbest natural 20 ever.
Celeste, no one outside took damage.
I think
John's the only person that's taken damage, right? He's too far away.
I think so, yeah. He's the only one except for you.
Nice. John looks about as hurt as after Celeste healed him.
Okay, that's all right.
Well. That's you? Okay, so I apparently forgot this, but Earl Iker is going to walk around the corner with his big fucking hammer, and he's going to say, "Oh, it's been a while since I played bowling." And he's going to smack it in the face. And you can see that his hammer is kind of lighting up a little bit with like a bluish flare.
It's the god hammer.
He hits it with a hammer, and the head just goes straight into the torso. and this thing is dead. In a very brutal way. No. Make a little.
What's the most brutal way we've murdered goblins this combat?
I mean, maybe killing someone with a decapitated head would be it. The archer's gonna shoot at the one next to Sean. Oh, miss. Okay. And I completely forgot this guy, so he's going to run over and be heroic and try to help Sean by attacking the one with 1 hit point. And miss. Jesus. I don't know how. Anyway, that is their turn. Sean, you're up.
Same thing. Ah! Critical in a 19. That is... Oh, that's cocked.
Which one did you attack? The one with 1 hit point or the other one?
I would have gone for the one with 1 hit point to start. I would have tried cleaning them up.
Sure.
Even though a crit would have been nicer on the other one. That is it's a pretty crappy roll for damage, but I mean 1 hit point. Just for the funsies, that is 15 points of damage.
Right. So he definitely dies. What about the second attack you had?
Second attack. Oh, that's a D10.
Thank you. Take
Because I'm reckless, just to clarify. 20.
Definitely hits.
For 9 points of slashing damage. I will slow them by 10 feet.
Okay. Right. Okay. So you're gonna go to smack the one in front of you, and as you put the hammer of the axe back, you just cleave the one that you first attacked completely in two. He's just jumping back and protecting himself, and he's like, you can't hit me, you stupid warrior. And he just explodes. And you hit the other one, and he looks like he's having a bad day, but he's still alive for some weird reason. Can't believe how much damage you have given to these people. And how much blood is everywhere.
You can either talk or die like the rest of your clan.
You can make another intimidation check if you want.
He's not even doing it like, tell me who. He's just at this point like, fucking look around, man. Like,
we are standing on blood, not snow.
Yeah. Nah, it's dog shit.
What'd you get?
10, I think.
Oh my god, he still beats it. I can still win this. One of his eyes is like turning around inside the socket. It's not attached, it's just swirling around.
Oh, yeah. I believe in you, man. Oh, best of luck to you. May the best come out on top.
Thank you.
Welcome to these next sideways.
This is so dumb. Oh, it's his goblin's turn. So you're reckless, so he's gonna try to attack you with advantage for an 11 to hit. And I think that is the last one left, isn't it? Let me just double check.
Except for the one next to Ingwe.
Yeah, it's one trying to break out of Ingwe's, which is a 19 for an 18 to break out. Sorry, you were muted there.
Sorry, it's my turn.
He has his movement.
He will run, so you have an attack of opportunity.
I will take the attack of opportunity. Natural one.
Oh!
He
just
does not
dig into the
get
snow.
recaught.
And he just bolts. I think. Yeah, that's how far I can get, probably. He's probably actually going to get to there. Okay. Yes, that's not so good. And I... Did I roll to attack Sean? Now I got completely confused. I think I did, but I missed.
Yes, correct.
Yes, I did. Yes. Yeah, oh good. Celestia.
As I see this goblin starting to run out from underneath me from where the tower is, I go, I didn't realize you're in there. And I'm going to drop a firebolt on his head as he runs out. That's an 18 to hit.
Hits.
That's another 10 on the D10. That's a 16 fire damage total.
And
We're fucking goblins.
if you can see, I'm gonna try to paint it. So it's gonna be like it's kind of be splattered across all of this here. It looks like, and then the head lands somewhere over here. He's definitely dead. That you? Okay. Watch you up.
All right. There's only one goblin left, isn't there?
Yes.
What is going to walk up to the goblin with his eye rolling around his head? Just place his hand on the goblin's shoulder and just look, Sonny. I think you may want to take it easy now, and just try and convince him to stop fighting.
make a persuasion check or a intimidation check. I'm not quite sure what you would prefer, but I'm guessing it's
check this time. I think.
Right.
Up to the point
you
where
have
we're
advantage.
pleading, like, please stop. Come on, man. Like,
For 16.
please.
16. He's like, okay. I may have made some miscalculations. There was definitely more than one of you.
Yes, and it seems that there's only one of you.
Right. So that means all the loot is mine.
Yes, all the loot. But I mean, technically, you're surrendering now, so there's no loot.
No loot?
No, but you live.
Oh.
Your
never
loot
tried this
is
before.
you live.
You usually always die. I don't know what's going on now. What happens next?
Now, I guess we talk to you and figure out why you tried to attack us.
You have stuff, and we don't have stuff. We want stuff.
Well, I mean, all your friends had stuff, didn't they?
That's right. That's all my loot.
Yes, that's yours now.
It's 25 swords.
You can start
I'm
your
rich.
own swordsmith business now.
And sword is maybe a little bit much. It's probably more like very long daggers.
I have 25 pointy things.
Yes. I'm in charge.
Yes,
You're all my
in
subjects.
charge.
Yes,
No,
you're all my
wait.
subjects. Yes.
No, where are your
I'm
friends?
the king. Friends?
Yes.
I don't know what that means. It doesn't translate to goblin.
Like allies that you can't control.
Lies I can't control.
Allies, not lies.
Okay, a lie I can't control. Yes.
Oh my goodness. Look, just go take your friend's swords and leave us alone.
Yes. He starts rummaging through the other goblins. It's not really anything left. And you just see him like running off in this weird direction, covering in blood, and looks like he's carrying a whole bunch of shoes. That's pretty much it. Everything else was destroyed.
All right, well, I don't see a reason to finish him off. If any of you feel like it, go ahead.
The cereal.
Oh, sorry. Do you mind if I take this one? And he just grabs a little twig off the ground too. But if
Wait,
you
what
want
did
to,
you-
you can definitely let's unreel him if you want.
No, Jean-Baptiste, he pulls out the axe, but no, puts it away.
So,
Ingrid's gonna follow to see where the goblin goes.
make an insight check.
Quite bad for them.
20.
He doesn't know. He's just walking around in a random direction right now. You have an idea that maybe whatever happened inside his head probably wasn't too great. But I mean, I guess he's in charge now.
So I'm going to heal him.
Okay.
For 8 points.
Okay.
And then he's like I'm still a scorpion following him.
He still doesn't quite look like he knows where he's really going. It doesn't look like he's trying to go home. He's just kind of.
So I'm gonna say you're going the wrong way. You need to come back to your castle.
Ah. Okay. And he starts walking back towards the camp.
You can ride on my back.
Hey, sorry everyone. I just forgot my castle. and
back
he'll
for more.
get off and try to lift it.
So I'm gonna put him up on the on the roof.
Oh, it's very high up here.
And tell him this is your castle.
This is my castle. Right.
Don't get the stage
Goblin.
right.
Can I knock him? I can knock him unconscious, right?
Sure.
Like, if I do the like, nah, I mean, I don't have sleep or something.
The back of the scorpion tail. Just
Nah, I think I won't for now. I think I'm just gonna like tell him to wait there, and then turn back into an Ingwe and go inside.
He's just sitting there holding all his shoes and various random objects.
Oh yeah, and I'll give him a magic bean.
Okay.
He's just gonna eat it.
No, like I'll give him a thing that looks like a piece of jewelry. That's very, very valuable.
He'll eat it. Best way to keep anything safe is inside your stomach.
Good.
It's just complicated when you have a castle. I don't quite know how I'm going to swallow this one.
You wait here. You gotta guard your castle.
He starts trying to put the swords in his mouth.
While that interaction is going on, Celeste is going to go downstairs and talk to Jean and Torgia and try and ask them if perhaps they could cut up this boar somehow so that we can potentially hang the meat over the fire while we sleep tonight. Might be a
sensational idea. Also, when the hell was a boar here?
I sort of
I
pop
think
out
it
of the
was-
ground like a daisy.
I think it was maybe frozen under the snow, and one of my fireballs thawed it out.
Oh,
I
man.
wish.
That is some shit. All right. Frozen meat can take a while, so do my best.
Well, it's not frozen anymore.
Fair.
Well, so that was the first watch.
John will happily take second watch as he tries to prepare this boar. For the
Right.
If-
You do
if
have an
that is too
interrupted
strenuous.
sleep, so you do have to restart your long rest.
Not me.
Um,
I had first watch.
Technically, you would too, though,
Oh.
because it just
Okay.
means you have rest and
Yeah.
then have a watch and then rest again.
You gotta sleep for 6. You still gotta just chill and do nothing for 2 of those.
Mm. Yes. So who's going to do the second watch?
The second watch.
Jean will take next watch, whatever that is. And if it's not too strenuous an activity, he will skin the boar and prepare the boar.
I'd say
What?
that's fine. You can
Watch out
definitely
for
do that.
arrows coming from the sky. That happened to me. All right.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, you can definitely do that. Make a general perception check as well.
Okie dokie. On top of this, what the fuck's the goblin doing?
He's just sitting there chewing on whatever items he's grabbed.
Okay.
Sitting on top of the castle. It's now his. He's like,
Uh,
I'm gonna make a throne room.
I'll tell you what, as well. Every day that we're here and you're here and you don't take any of our stuff, I'll give you something really cool and shiny. It's called a silver piece.
I understand currency. I'm not an idiot.
Okay. Do you want a silver piece or not?
Sure, me dum dum.
Okay. We just don't know what to expect. All right. And I will do my perception, which is a 15, and I'm happily do that at disadvantage if it means that I have to keep an eye on this goblin the whole time.
That's okay. Nothing seems to happen out of this. It seems like whatever commotion you caused by blowing the shit out of this place probably scared people off, if there was any. So for now, it seems like you're safe.
Anytime he looks slightly antsy and looks like he's going to grab something or do something, I remind him about the silver piece. And I let him know that if he's extra good in the morning, he can have a little bit of this.
Yeah, me dum dum.
Is that your name? You keep saying that.
No, yeah, sure.
Now I feel like me dum dum. Okay. Don't precariously make his way down, keep an eye on the roof, and call out underneath. Hey! Just use the back end of his axe just to hit whoever's closest to the doorway. Try to wake them up for the next watch.
Hey! Oh!
What's that? Get up.
Is that time already?
Yeah, I'll get anyway. Okay, cool. Yeah. If you want to come up and keep an eye on your goblin friend while you're at it. Yeah. You just, I've been offering him the silver piece. If he's good, he gets the silver piece. If he doesn't steal any of that shit.
Oh, you think he's gonna steal some of our things?
I mean,
No,
he just robbed all his dead friends. So.
He wouldn't do that. We're alive and bigger than him. Plus, we're like gods to him.
All right. Well, you go ahead with that theory. Sean will give him the silver piece. So as soon as Ingwe's up and can see the goblin, Sean goes underneath and puts all his shit into the magical portal inside the tent.
Sure.
Everything that'll fit.
John knows what's up.
And then he will lean against the entrance of that thing and sleep upright like that.
Perfectly fine. Anyway, what are you doing on your watch?
I'm going to cast Detect Thoughts on the goblin to check if he's really dumb.
Okie dokie.
And I'm going to tell him to concentrate on this amulet, and it will help him become the next great leader of goblins.
He will do whatever you tell him to. And he will just be concentrating on it. And the only thing you hear in your head is just concentrate. Fuck! Concentrate. Concentrate. For fuck's sake.
Great. And so I'm going to give him Barrow's amulet.
Okay. So that's the one from his tribe, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
It's a magical link to the home.
Okay. So he swallows it.
Is he not concentrating on it?
Yeah, he's still concentrating on it.
Yeah,
he just swallows it as well.
That's right. Good. Good. And then I'll do a general watch. Did I notice anything else dangerous?
Make a perception check.
16.
Nope. Seems to be okay for now.
So I'm going to spend the time kind of telling fanciful stories about, I'm going to tell the goblin stories of, real histories, but, with goblins as the main characters, except it's, the human stories that I know about halflings and dwarves and elves and for the hour.
How long does your Detect Thoughts work?
10 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, so he's concentrating for 10 minutes, and then he looks like he's either constipated or having an aneurysm for the remainder of the hour.
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting to think it would have been better that we just let this goblin run off into the snow.
He's adapted to civilization now.
Yeah.
He's a king.
He's just swallowing his bitcoins right now. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Well, the end of your watch comes, no problem.
Mm-hmm. I will go and wake Watts already had a watch, and we got attacked. Celeste. I'm gonna wake Celeste.
Ask one of the other people to do it.
Okay. I'm gonna ask one of the other people to do it.
Right. Who do you pick?
Oh, the guy that's definitely going to kill the goblin. What's John's? The Earl.
Tokyo.
Torgia. I'm going to wake Torgia and tell him it's his watch.
All right. I'll do it. And he grabs his hammer and he goes upstairs. What the fuck? There's another one!
Action.
But nothing seems to happen other than that. And morning comes after your rest, and you feel rested. You can all have a long rest. Click the buttons.
Who killed Freddy?
Oh, my apologies. He tried to kill us before, so I just thought that he snuck around.
No. Oh well. Can I go and retrieve? Oh, can I go and look at all the stuff, and keep things
Sure.
in my pile of things, but also get Para's amulet back.
So that one's gonna be a little complicated. I mean, it's not impossible, but there's certain procedures that you might have to indulge in to get that one back.
Yeah, I'll cut them open for sure.
No problem. You can retrieve your amulet. It's a stinky mess, but yeah. Other stuff he has is just clothing and daggers made of. Some of them are bent needles and stuff like that that's been hammered into a sword and stuff like that.
Yeah, so I'll keep a fifth, because I use that stuff to make little my pieces of jewelry and stuff that I give out to people. So I'll keep some of that stuff.
Sure. No problem.
So, all for the morning. Making breakfast.
Okay.
And an especially delicious treat for the day, which will again grant any who consume.
Very well. You all get a little boost.
Where's our friend? Where'd he go?
He went to the other side.
Oh, well. Probably deserved it.
It was a harsh night. Anyway, that was impressive. You all did pretty well in that fight. I barely had to do anything.
Oh,
I feel like you were just standing around doing nothing for most of that.
I kind of zoned out for a moment. I saw a goblin running around with a decapitated head attached to it, so my apologies.
That's okay. I think I won. If we're keeping body counts, I think I won.
You definitely blew some shit up. That's true.
Look, no, it's not a competition. It's definitely
I
not.
got 12,
Also,
I think.
if it was, how long were you in that cave before you came out here?
40 years.
Yeah, look, a lot of time. I mean, in the farm, I killed a lot of chickens.
Oh no, we take it by a battle per battle basis.
Good to know.
I never agreed to these rules, alright? Sean turns around and just starts tearing the meat and getting ready.
Well, I'll buy a drink when we get to the next inn, that's for sure. That was quite interesting. Well, hopefully today won't be too bad. But we only have half the mountain to go up, and then down should save us a little bit of time.
Wait, why are we climbing up if we have to go down? Why couldn't we just go around?
That would have taken you an extra day.
Oh, fair enough.
We made that choice at the bottom. We could have gone around through the jungle.
Oh.
Yes.
I must have been sleeping.
Well, I have a friend you should meet when we get to stories. Friend Brekta. He's the smith there. I think you'll like him. He's quite funny. So, pretty big fella.
Should we go?
We should probably head off. Everyone, grab your mounts. Let's go. Right. And
Celeste wakes up. As everyone starts
Okay.
leaving.
and as you
Hey, pack up the tent
Wake
like
up.
this while Celeste is still in it. You'd like this?
and the snow just falls onto her.
Oh! Sorry, I forget you're sleeping. I forget you sleep longer than the rest of us.
And try harder to remember, old man.
Good morning.
Right.
So you get
Sleep
ready,
bag.
and
Yeah, no.
you mount back onto your things. And I need you to make an animal handling check for today.
Yeah.
This dice is going to jail.
Only got a
7.
good one.
7.
24.
And Celeste.
Nice.
21.
And Sean.
15.
15. So, Sean, you're struggling a little bit. And you seem to have forgotten everything that happened when you were taught how to use these. And you're having some trouble again. It is getting a little bit more complicated now as well because it is actually uphill. But you managed to help each other with the help of Ika as well. But you're going slow. Some of you are struggling a little bit. But you managed to start your journey up the mountain. And eventually you reach the top of this first smaller mountain. And you can see in the horizon that there's other very tall mountains in the horizon that seems to be in the direction that you're kind of going. And you can see there is a big mountain range which seems to be a bit taller than the one that you're currently on. And then there's a big forest on the left side. And there's there is a settlement of sorts at the base of this region. But to get there, you probably will have to traverse another mountain range. But as you stand there and you look down, the ranger points something out. At the base of the mountain you're currently at, where the water meets the mountain, there is a camp of orcs. And it looks like it's a raiding party that has landed there maybe overnight. And they have set up quite a big encampment. It looks like there's a few hundred of them. And it looks like they're preparing for whatever they are doing, at least. It seems to be fairly organized. And you can see red banners with a black drop on them. You haven't seen these before, but you can definitely see them. There's a few options. You can try to sneak through their camp, which is going to be very dangerous. You can completely go off trail, go back down the mountain, lose another day or two, and go around the whole encampment, and go around all the way to where Stories is. Or you can try to sneak above them. Because of where they have located themselves, you can sneak above their camp if you are quiet.
Are these options being presented to us by
Yes.
the ranger?
Yes. So either hide yourself and go through the camp, go over the camp, or go a completely different direction and ignore this direction right now.
Are you not worried about the raiding party?
Are they like?
Yeah,
friends?
we don't want to fight them. That's a lot of people. You can see they have mounts and stuff as well. It's dangerous, but if we're supposed to go somewhere in a certain time frame, it can be beneficial to sneak around, but
Why
it's
don't
up to you.
Why don't we just talk to them and see if they'll let us pass?
So that banner down there is the Blood Renderer. So that means that they are not here for talking. They're here for slaying.
That's not good.
If I was tracking, I'd know things.
So currently our only option would be to try and sneak above them. I mean, we could lose some time, but I'm not too keen on that, especially if the weather does worsen again. Who knows how long we'll be stuck out here in the wilderness.
I'm happy to sneak above.
Aren't we supposed to find more about the Blood Renderer? Like, I mean, the Blood Renderer doesn't know where.
I mean, that name does sound familiar, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you've heard that times.
The Loxodons, they're opposing the Blood Renderer. They support the Queen Marilav, the Oathbringer of Itna, who's like Torgir's your queen? No, Torgir's queen, your wife's queen.
You got a memory like a trap. Yeah.
And they're allies with the icebergs, but we're supposed to find the White Dragon. Remember we had that fight with the orcs when you lost your arm.
The White Dragon's not here, though.
I very much.
I don't know. Just seems like an opportunity to get to follow that. But yeah, you're right. We've got more important things to do.
If it wasn't for the numbers, I'd be right with you. But I think there's just too many for a group of
There are
7.
a couple hundred down there.
How many feet do you reckon we'd be needing to sneak to get past them?
That is a tricky question because it is not in a straight line.
What about like a distraction?
I can do a distraction. That's pretty easy. And I can just get out of there as quick as I can.
I'm gonna pull out my spyglass and have a look at the mountain range that they're like camped under and see if there's like enough snow or like a weak spot where you could potentially cause like an avalanche or like snowfall or something if you were to like hit a bank.
Make a perception check with your advantage.
Oh, a natural 18 for a 23.
I mean, yeah, it looks like the place itself is not super stable. The place that you would have to sneak through looks like it's kind of a wind tunnel carved by the wind itself, but it has enough room for people to quietly sneak through there. The whole wall of the mountain is covered in ice and rocks and such, so it is possible to do that. It might actually be easy, but you're not quite sure. You never really started an avalanche before, but it's definitely a possibility.
Relay that information to the group.
I think I could stay behind while you guys start sneaking, and then I can start the avalanche, and then I will teleport to you.
Yeah, I mean, we could also like send some animals down in a stampede to like throw some chaos into the. I just don't. I mean, we could sneak past too. I mean, they might then follow us, which will be a problem.
Well, they won't follow us if they don't know we're there.
If they're on a raiding party and it just feels like we should do something to. I don't know. 100 and an ambush. There's 7 of us. That's
Are
not
you
great
saying we
odds.
can take like 15 each?
Well, but maybe just do some damage and then rather than just sneaking away.
If we caused an avalanche and sent down animals, we wouldn't need to get into any of it. We could cause some damage almost passively.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I mean, the other thing I could do is like just get lightning to just keep striking in there.
See, you don't want to be too obvious with the magic because you don't know who's in their party. If they know that magic's happening, they know someone's around, and we don't want that.
We don't want them to know someone's around. Okay. Well, they would know if someone was magical. They would know the animals are magical. They wouldn't,
True.
because the animals will disappear.
But if I started an avalanche, that's just a natural occurrence.
Don't know.
Just for clarification, DM, if I'm understanding correct, they're like at the bottom of a ravine type thing, right?
Yes, you have like a
ledge on
mountain
the side of them,
and then they are down here, but you can walk up here and then move across onto the other mountain and then that way through. It's like a snaky kind of trail that goes because it's been carved through by the wind.
Okay.
But it's like ice rocks and stuff.
Is there something opposite? Like, for example, if we were to cause an avalanche, we wouldn't have to do it from the same side or the same area we'd be walking, right?
You would have to do it on that side, yes.
Is that correct? Or is it sort of like okay, as I said.
It's on the same side as where you would have to be walking.
I feel like there's some risk in the avalanche too, because we might look up to try to figure out what caused it. If we're marching along up there. Yeah.
What if we sneak,
I
and
think our
then
best
if they
bet's being
see
quiet.
us, we cause an avalanche?
Drop one behind us that tumbles down on top of them so we can get the hell out of there quickly.
Yes.
But I think our priority should definitely be quiet and moving, because next thing you know, we don't want 100 orcs or
Well,
50
hundreds.
of them suddenly us down. while
There's
we're
more
trying to
than
get
100
what
there.
we need to do done.
Do we have any?
Oh yeah. I simply mean, I doubt they're going to send their whole party after us.
They'd have goals, wouldn't they? They'd have goals to like. They're here for a reason. Is there any way we can let the queen or the resistance
Imagine
know
so.
that they're here and what they're doing?
We could send them a message.
I mean, a surprise attack's pretty. I mean, I suppose we did get a surprise attack last night by pretty weak opponents, and maybe we're the weak opponents.
No. She walks off and she starts sending a message to the queen.
I could potentially stay back with you while the others started sneaking and ensure that it was safe for them to cross and keep an eye on them down below. And then should the need arise, you and I can cause a torrent and then make our way over towards them.
Well, I can just warp us both over towards them.
I don't like the idea of people being split on either side of the mountain range, just in case.
I mean, these things can run pretty quick.
Look, if they get close to 500 feet away from us, I'll just warp us straight over there. Simple. I don't know how we'll tell if they're 500 feet away from us.
I've got a pretty good eye for distance.
Well, there you go. Easy.
What? So we're definitely not keen to just create some chaos and run.
Oh, we'll
Be the
definitely
downside to
create
that.
chaos, but you guys sneak over there. Then when you're like 400, 500 feet away, we'll cause chaos here, and then warp over to you. So then when they come up here to check out what the chaos is, we're way over there. We're gone.
In 500 feet isn't that far.
You're going up the side of a mountain, it is. They're going to have to come up.
Yeah,
And then with
that's
snow coming down on them.
Yeah, that's why I
They'll
want
be looking towards us. They won't be looking 500 feet that way.
Sean's going to take a look to see if they have any sort of... actually, Sean will turn to Celeste first. If I borrow that looking glass real quick.
Sure, don't drop it.
Oh. And Jean is going to try look into the camp, and he's trying to see into the camp and above the camp to see if they have any kinds of animals that they might use for tracking and things of the likes. In particular, things like falcons, owls, flying things,
Dragon.
things of that nature. Or yeah, pseudo dragons. Yeah.
Make a perception check with advantage.
18.
Scan around and you see a whole bunch of like wild boars and stuff like that. And you also see riding boars, a few rams. It looks like they've just been captured or something like that. They're trying to break them in, and it doesn't seem like it's going too well, but that kind of stuff. And you're kind of looking back and forth. You don't see anything of flying nature, and then when you're looking there, you see an orc come out from one of the tents, and with this thing, you can see him quite vividly, and you can see that one of his eyes is white, and you can see that he has a decapitated hand hanging around his neck as a amulet, and it is still moving. And he is covered in various different types of armor taken from enemies, you gather. And he looks like he's the one giving the orders before he walks into another tent. It doesn't seem like there's anything flying, though.
I have good news and bad news. Good news. Looks like the only kind of animals they got are boars, a couple goats they seem to be breaking in with it for, I don't know, riding purposes or what. But no flying. Nothing that's going to be soaring over, tracking us down that way. At least not that I could see. I mean, they may keep some falcons in a tent somewhere or something like that. But bad news is, I think I spotted their boss. And he sort of like looks over to Torgeir to see if he can get any reaction out of him.
Mm-hmm.
Big dude. One white eye. Looked real mean, covered in sort of makeshift armor. And it seems he was wearing someone's hand as an amulet. Trouble is, it was still twitching, which tells me they might have some prisoners down there. Something.
Doesn't ring a bell to me. Specifically, I haven't seen this guy before, but so many of them, they look the same. They come all the time and fight. So, but it does sound like an interesting individual. I'd love to meet him one day. He kind of pats his hammer.
Yeah.
Well, we can meet him right now if you really want to.
I'm not sure I like these odds.
It's against an army. I mean, did all right against a gang of ill-prepared goblins, but don't like our chances against this crew.
I think it's just an unnecessary risk. I mean, we know what's coming if we fail what we do. We want to mess with these guys. I mean, yes, they could cause all sorts of havoc, but I mean, compare that to what we saw, to what we experienced, or what the future will be like if we fail.
I suppose my concern is that this is part of. Seems like too much of a coincidence. The aging white dragons is a pretty major. You know, like obviously this party is this particular group isn't necessarily that important, and obviously we'll feel bad for the village or whatever their target is that they're attacking. And that's, I suppose, not my concern. My concern is more just that the white dragon being aged by eating those.
I hear you, but again, I mean, dragons have come and gone. Whatever the hell else is coming. I mean, look what state the world was in after, right? I
And the instructions that were given to us by our Noxodon friend were the direction he pointed us in was not here.
Hmm. Okay.
Do you recognize that flag, Torgear? Or any of you?
Yeah, it's the Blood Renderer.
Do you know whereabouts their main operation sort of runs out of?
Akralan.
More specifically?
More specifically,
It's like
the region of Usan Karol, near the Ice Valley, which is towards the southern end of Akralan, near where the river is, which is pretty much close to where you were when you snuck across the ice with your frost elf friend to get to Vikander. Vikandris.
All right. Well, I mean, if these guys are causing a problem for you, I think it might be worth you knowing as well, Torgear. There's a potential that one of these parties has got their hands in a dragon, a white dragon.
Right, okay, that's bad. We'll inform the Queen of that too. Thank you.
Yes. We plan, if all goes well here, well, to go there and try to get some shit sorted. But yeah, I just think right now our mission is the hammer, and I think putting ourselves at risk for other things is just not worth it right now.
Very well. Well, should we sneak? Or should we leave, or what do you want to do?
I'll vote sneak across the mountains.
Yeah. Okay. Let's stick together and do it.
Okay.
Right. Okie dokie. Let's go.
But if they do spot us, do you still want us to cause the avalanche?
Oh yeah, if we get spotted, we're in major shit. Then absolutely.
So
Oh,
should...
and if we get spotted, you can do the animal thing as well.
Mm.
So should we split up them then in that case? How many people can you teleport out of the avalanche? What?
Oh, just two.
So perhaps we should break. We wait.
But
for
I mean,
your-
you can warp 90 feet. With
Remember
someone.
your mounts.
Yes. So just thinking, just for logistics' sake, if you all go on ahead, I stay behind with Watt, then I can teleport, cause an avalanche. Watt can also teleport and cause an avalanche. We can create quite a commotion here. On that side, Ingwe can send down their animals and give us a chance to make haste.
Well,
All
the
them
other thing,
customers.
the other thing I could do is while we're going, I could get the animals to just run like animals the other way, and then to draw the eye of the. Like if the animals could act like normal animals, and just run, and they might hunt them.
Did you fall asleep, Watt?
What? No.
Oh dear.
No, we should get going.
Let's go.
What's the plan?
Watt and I will wait, I think, until...
No. Sneak together, and if we get spotted, then you wait.
Sneak together, then chaos. Got it? It's not
Okay.
like I can
I
only
don't want
walk
to
one
cause an
side of my
avalanche and
dear.
get
All
you
right.
guys trapped in it. That's all.
No, like if we get caught, right? If they're like alarm, then we will. Like,
If we get caught, I
we'll
walk
start
back.
We'll start running.
Avalanche, warp back. Fine. Done.
Are you just gonna? Okay, understand. No, you're gonna. I'm just worried about you. You're gonna stay with Watt, so he's not gonna fall asleep and lose us. Okay.
Yeah.
I just don't want anyone to get trapped in the snowfall or anything.
We're going
We
to go
won't do
500 feet that way. 500 feet's not that far.
It's 150 meters.
Yeah. Like, that's could take us about 60 seconds to run.
You're not
I
running.
was to an avalanche. That is.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Can you not? I mean, it's hard to, but yeah, I don't know. I was thinking we move. Again, you're the casters. You know better. We move, and if they spot us, turn around, avalanche behind us. Hopefully, drops on top.
Below. Yeah. Oh, so we're gonna go up.
That sounds good.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Let's go up.
So, what are you doing? You are sneaking, and the two of you are staying further behind, or are you coming with them?
I'm coming with them for now.
Okay. So, I need you all to make a stealth check and tell me in which order you are walking.
John is going
First
to
we'll move
request.
towards the back.
Okay. John is going to request to the party if they wouldn't mind giving him like 5 minutes, as he's going to take off the heavy armor because he knows it's loud clink clink clunk. So he's going to take a moment and disrobe.
Okay.
Ooh.
Right.
Just out of my armor. Settle down. What?
So what is your marching order, just for the sake of this?
So Celeste would encourage her and Watt to stay towards the back just in case they need to vamp out.
Okay. So we're saying Sean Ingwe?
John would suggest putting our guides at the front. The half-elf and the human, for Bodan and Maria. And then John will happily take the space behind them, and then recommend Torgia then Ingwe, but whatever order Ingwe wants to jump in.
Yep, that's sensible. Because I can jump too.
First.
Custer's at the back, Marshall in the front.
Okie dokie. Oh. What is your stealth rolls?
I'm going to use my. Oh no. What is it?
Sounds like a 1.
For a 0?
Okay.
I'm going to use my 19 divination on Ingwe.
Can you change my roll?
Yes.
Oh, yeah?
That's brilliant. Can I use the inspiration expires after a day, right? Because we have
no.
rest after that.
No, it doesn't expire. Which inspiration was it?
This was Celeste inspiration, not
10
minutes.
inspiration.
Yeah.
10 minutes. Okay, that's gone. Cool. Natural
So
one.
Ingwe, your new roll is 19.
Oh,
Okay.
I just had a dream that I was like, I knocked a hill, and then it turns, John. Oh,
At that moment.
What did Celeste get?
25.
And what?
11.
Oh, guys.
I was going to use it on me, but Ingwe was way worse.
Doesn't Ingwe have Pass Without a Trace?
prepared yesterday.
Oh.
Actually prepared most of the days, and then I was like, oh, we're not gonna use stealth anymore. Got rid of it.
Oh, okay. Yep. Good to know.
Took off armor to get rid of disadvantage just to get a 1.
Wait. Oh no.
Let me just see.
Yeah.
The
What
other
is-
roll's no use.
I gotta calculate the average here. This is gonna be.
What do we got? My
At least we
total
took
is
the
a
high
4.
ground.
One.
I'm trying.
It's all good. It's fine.
Mr. Watt, do you if with your magic in your book thing, can you make things bigger?
No.
Smaller? You can't
No.
do that?
No. There will be no bedroom fanatics while I'm around.
Very well. So you begin traveling. and you're sneaking through this kind of slippery tunnel, and you have to catch yourself a few times. Some of you are struggling a little bit. Strangely enough, the ranger is more than everyone else. A few of you actually are having some trouble. Well, that's 3 natural ones in your rolls, including mine.
Ingwe's wasn't a natural one anymore.
No, but on the other hand, you also have a 2.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So, you sneak as well as you can, and you seem to be walking for almost an hour because you're doing it. Have to do it slow.
We're on the. Are we still on the animals? Do we still have our
No,
beasts?
they're behind you. They're following behind you. I was like,
Oh, okay.
And you get to this point where you kind of go around a little corner, and then you see 2 guards coming towards you, 2 orcs from the opposite side. What do you do?
Well, who's in front? Because they would see it.
The rangers are in front, and they will let you know that this is about to happen.
Can I see them?
You would not be able to see them for everyone else in front of you. The only one who might have a chance is Sean at this point.
If only there was a caster at the front that could.
Jean will pop the Senriel out. We've got one with an arrow, right?
Of them, or?
Yeah, the owls party at the front. Because all the marbles are at the front, right? One of them's got an arrow.
Yeah, so one of them is with bow and arrow, and the other one's with shield and sword. And the 2 coming towards you right now has shield and sword as well, both of them.
Is it a pretty rigid corner? Like, is it like coming to a point like that almost, or is it like more of a curved?
It's a curve.
Shit.
Mr. John, do you think if you go behind me, I can try and convince them I'm an orc?
You are not really able to move back and forth because people are in the way now.
Right, all right, it's fine.
It's quite
How
narrow.
far is there value in doing it? Mr. John, should I do it? Should we try and convince them?
I don't think it's gonna work with just one of you and 6 of us.
How far away are they?
I want to turn into
30 feet.
An ugly-looking orc.
Okay, you turn into an orc.
And then Misty Step.
Where to?
To the front. To interview.
Okay. Roll me a d100.
Moment he mists through us, Sean basically tells the ones in front, like, slow, stop. Let him go ahead.
77!
Okay. You land in front looking like an orc.
And then I say an orc.
Where did I go? Did you see them? I've been following them up this path.
Make a deception check.
Come on.
What'd you get?
I'm pretty... 9.
Okay.
Perfect.
You just look at each other like, who the fuck are you? Oh well. And they start taking out bows. And that's what
Well, that's it. Dimension door behind them.
Okay. Okay, roll me a d100.
I'm taking Celeste with me too.
Oh, because where we end
Okay.
up. Wild magic.
Both of you roll a d100 then.
Celeste is going to... Yes!
Like, all the casters were behind and are now suddenly in melee with orcs.
What can
I
you
got
do
a
when you do it?
75.
75, yep. And what?
There's a 7 in my number.
Is it only a 7?
It's only a 7.
Okay, unfortunately, the avalanche begins. But we'll do that next week.
God
we
damn.
didn't
I didn't even
force the
realize the
avalanche.
time.
Yes, you did.
When?
By jumping with that spell and landing onto a very fragile surface.
What's gigantic fat being stood on freaking crumbly snow?
Just don't roll under 10. That was the only thing I wrote.
Beautiful.
But we'll get to that next week. Anyway.
I got a 6.
Oh, is this initiative? Are we doing initiative?
Oh no,
Is
my
that what-
roll for raiding.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I thought we were wrapping. Oh, I'm like,
Roll
way.
for raid.
We can roll for raid.
I've had a very long day. I'm sorry. I'm so out of it.
I've rolled a number of ones. I rolled another one.
Oh my gosh. I
By
had
the
no
way,
idea
I'm
the
about
time.
60 feet behind the orcs, just for reference.
Yep, that's fair.
That's where I
That's
get
fair. Yeah, I won this one, guys. 19.
Woohoo!
19.
Yeah, I got a 10.
Oh, yeah. Looking at the options. But yeah, no, I was very engaged, especially at the end there, like with this mountain plan and that. I was like, oh my gosh, what is going to happen? How's it going to go? I had no idea the time was what it is. I was like convinced we still had another hour to go. I was just like, yeah.
I know, I wanted to keep
There
going
you go.
too, but obviously we have to follow the rules.
Yeah, no, very fair. Very fair.
We're not
No,
doing
no.
a 24-hour stream today.
Not today.
Imagine doing a 24-hour D&D stream. How wrecked would we be?
I'd be so
I
down,
mean-
but the decisions made at the end would be so cool.
Yeah, just dissolve into chaos. I'm gonna just be like, do whatever. I don't care.
I think when you get to 8 hours, everyone's just gonna be broken. Like it's gonna be like I will definitely lose my voice after that.
I feel like as the
Yeah.
DM, like when I'm DMing, I feel like after like 6 hours, I'm done. I'm like,
Yeah.
I've had like big brain fog.
Yeah,
Yeah.
longest
I
one
normally
think
feel
I've
it
done is
kicking in
8.
after 3 hours, so I stop then.
Fair.
Yeah.
I think my 8-hour one is usually okay, but anything more than that, it becomes complicated. I did a 10-hour one once.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
All
thank
right.
you for the followers. Thank you for, oh, hey, it's media and complicated window. I think I can't see the whole name. And thank you,
What a
DC
name.
Wolf, for the sub.
Woo!
Woohoo!
Hey, thank you all. Appreciate you tuning on in. Monsters
Indeed.
and Raidham in the chat. I stuffed up the raid. Hang on.
Wow.
I know. I'm awful.
We
It's
all
just
know
you.
that
It's
that's
It's like how
always
we
something you
can't
do
even
and you're
see it. Like you're the only
really
one who actually
sharp.
knows, and you still admitted it to
Yep.
everyone.
Well, I mean, now you know why I needed so many new dice, like all those
For the
goblins.
million goblins.
The million goblins, which I killed half of in one shot.
Also, I can't see the numbers on some of my dice because it's really dark here, so I had to pick some that could see.
There we
But-
go. Raid has been created. Okay.
Ah, Tharzadon, the
yeah.
mad spiral god.
I always thought it was Tharizdun. So unless they misspelt it, but
It might be
or maybe they
Tharzadon.
did it on purpose. Either way, yeah.
Well, I mean, if you
journey through the Radiant Citadel.
if you're unlucky, you might take a lot of this damage.
We'll see you on Wednesday for Mines of Hadava.
Bye.
Yay!
Well,
Yeah,
rolling
Wednesday.
avalanche damage. Yeah.
Well, it's 20 d6 if anyone's interested.
Nope, not interested.
Not
Didn't
interested
even
at all.
hear you.
Goodbye.
Oh, just checking.
What you talking about?
All good.
Right down in 5, 4, 3,
Monsters and Raid
2,
Ham.
1. Monsters and Raid Ham in the chat. And we're through.
Yay!
Oh, back soon.
And they're back soon too.
Oh, good.
Why? Why? Lately, that has been happening. More than once.
Oh well. Fair enough.